Ready for the test? Let's see if it goes. Oh, I can already tell it won't. I can already tell it's going to be maybe not as rough as yesterday, but a little rough. Good morning and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron Imholt. Johnny's right there. And, I'm gonna tell you, it may not be the best it's ever been, but as the person who possesses the voice, it's a lot less frustrating than yesterday. I can definitely feel, that feeling in your throat you get when the voice is about to gate out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm teetering on the line of that. I'm right on the edge of feeling that vocal fry come in, but it's not there yet. So far, better growth, and that's what we're looking for. From what we looked up, it was acute laryngitis, which is a 3 to 5 day thing. So I'm going to say tomorrow we should be good. Tomorrow should be all right.
WebMD.
Yes, thank you.
Why does anyone go to a doctor?
You get to save the doctor trips. Yeah, I don't know why Johnny bothers with doctors. He could probably just look his shit up online, find out what's going on, and then you fix it yourself. Save yourself some money.
I'm sure there's a YouTube on a DIY making your own MRI machine at home.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's some Nigerian who's probably created one out of an old refrigerator.
It'd be more likely a couple of washing machines and a shitload of magnets.
Well, you get the idea, though. They're resourceful people. We've seen their helicopters. And if they've got their helicopters, they can certainly make an MRI machine, and you would be fine. It's really laziness on your part that you keep going to actual doctors. You have no inventiveness about you whatsoever. But good morning. Welcome to the show. Already feeling a lot better. Mr. Tony Soprano says, you sound like a young Opie. Well, look, Mr. Soprano. It's been great. You've been wonderful. And usually in this business, you can make many small mistakes, but very few big ones. And I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to let you go. No, I'm kidding. Of course. Thank you, Mr. Tony Soprano, a young Opie, back when there was hope. I get it. Gone existed. Dylan Schmidt says, is Oz ever going to make an appearance? When Oz is ready. Look, I don't want to talk about Oz's personal. Johnny comes on here. He talks about his medical stuff openly and all that. I don't want to tell tales about other people and what's going on and everything else. But like Oz said when he couldn't drive anymore. Oz has got to take care of Oz before we bring him up maybe on the show again. I think he's coming
definitely be at the anniversary show.
He's coming to the anniversary party. You can see him there. But as far as being on the show, I've got him in the same category as Corey, which is whenever they say they want to do it, I'll do that. I still talk to Corey. But I've asked him a few times to do the show, and he's kind of dodged, and he hasn't really committed one way or the other. And I just kind of thought, well, obviously that's him not necessarily wanting to at the moment. So we'll go ahead and let him say,
He's got his own irons in the fire. I think he's going at Kill Tony yesterday.
I think he goes every week.
Oh. I thought that was like a thing that they did in different places. I didn't know it was in the same
but I think they do it in Austin. I think he does Kill Tony. He goes to Kill Tony every week, and I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong if this is not the way they do it. A bunch of comics go there. They sign up to be on the show. Mm-hmm. Maybe they get picked. Maybe they don't. And I think he goes every week. And why wouldn't you? A lot of people watch that show. Oh, yeah. So if you live there, go for it. Red Fox Mad says, can we try to do a Zoom show with Oz? I think Ryobi's got it in the chat. He says, TLDR, no updates, quit asking. Guys, if he could be on the show, he would have been on the show by now. Let me put it this way. Take a hint. Just take a hint. I know that sometimes people like to drag things out for a radio bit. this is definitely one of those times where I'm saying, guys, let's take a hint. How about that? I think that should be a fair enough answer to the Oz question. Or as Ryobi says, no updates, quit asking. Hobo chili recipe with $4.99 says very sexy voice like Harvey Fierstein. Gargling, zinc shots, extra creamy, and Wakandan. It wouldn't be so hobo chili if we didn't without a little dark chocolate in the mix. All right, boys and girls, 315 is the number today. Let's keep knocking that thing down. Let's make the gold not an issue today. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo are the three quickest ways to knock down the goal. But then, of course, you have the super chats, the memberships, the gifted memberships, all of those. Very, very cool. And if you got gifted a membership last month, make sure you're renewing those. We do appreciate it. Kotod says, Corey goes every week and walks around Austin live streaming, killing time till they call names for Kill Tony. Well, there you go.
I should start tuning in more then.
Check it out. See him. Well, I'm sure he'll make an announcement online if he gets picked.
Oh, no, but I mean, just in general, I'm sure it's probably a fun live stream. I'm half the time, the reason I tuned into didn't tune in, but the reason I caught the last one is because I was playing Diablo, so I pulled up a video to watch. That's why I rewatched some of your stuff, because, again, I was playing Diablo. Which, by the way, that contact lens story you did now creeped the out of me. I have to triple check that I keep my eye drops alone and no glue in the desk now.
Oh, yeah, the glue person, the person who put glue in their
eye.
That's, part of me wonders if that's not like a TikTok thing, if people are trying to get viral TikToks going, because just the way super glue comes out of the bottle, it's not, drops come out
There's
so
a
easy.
Smell.
Yeah, but not only that, just the feeling when you press the bottle. When it's eye drops versus glue. The amount you'd have to squeeze a super glue bottle to get a little bit to come out would shoot out a stream of eye drop juice.
I know. I regardless of whether it was, real or fake, it's just the sympathy that I have for that feeling. Just no. Now I'm like paranoid.
Right. Yeah. I don't. Putting stuff in your eyeballs that's not the eyeball stuff. I feel like, especially like whenever somebody puts that on TikTok, I immediately go, I think you might be full of shit. That's all. I think you
might have permanently blinded myself. Hello, social media. Like, yeah, I don't know about that.
I'm not sure. Matt Fields with $5 starting us off over on Streamlabs today says your voice gone, existed. Or did it get AIDS by ghetto gagging, F slur, pause, schlong? See, everyone is is kind of picking up on the hobo chili recipe way of doing things, if you will. They gotta throw the inner city folk in there from time to time. Okay, 310 away. Hey, there you go. How about a rally early on today? I'll take it. Hey, I'm not against early rallies. You want to rally early on this program, I'm here for it. 310 away. Let's knock it out and make the goal not an issue. Make e-begging not a thing on Steel Toe today. That's, again, I'm never against it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. Stevie J says, I just love how extremely specific and unlikely that fear is. Yeah.
Nope, but it's just, I have 2 bottles of eye drops over here. Because I have one for contact lenses to like reduce redness, and then I just have one for lubrication. And I have super glue around here somewhere for my model kit stuff. And so now I just I don't keep it in the desk, but now I'm like, make sure it's not in the desk.
Could you do me a favor? Could you not talk so much about your model airplane glue? I'm getting a complaint from the audience that their pussies are too wet. And it's becoming a problem, and people are threatening to stop listening to the show if you keep doing it. They're sliding off chairs. They're not able to drive to work safely.
I know.
They're masturbating. They're masturbating. That's when you're really hot and you touch your pussy. They're masturbating feverishly inside their cubicles. They could get in trouble at work. So they would appreciate it if you'd stop talking about your modeling glue.
If you need the visuals, just go over to the OnlyFans. That's where all of the hot model action is.
I don't want to tell you what to do. I'm simply relaying a message from the audience.
Yeah, I'm such a piece of shit for finding hobbies that don't rely going places. What am I thinking?
I don't get fucking passive aggressive defensive with me. I'm just the messenger. I'm passing on the word from the other people.
I feel like there's a little pointed hate in this. Like you've got something against models. What's wrong with models?
I'm just saying that people have been complaining about the moisture in their vaginas when you talk about model glue. They think about model airplanes and model cars and model trains. Their pussies get wet, and it makes for a difficult day for them. I'm sorry. Okay. I won't bring up the concern anymore. I thought I was doing the right thing. You have proven me wrong. And I'm sorry. Gray Duckling says, Johnny, do you use hardening agents with your glue? See, guys, I told you we're not starting that way today. People's pussies get too wet when you talk about model airplane glue and shit like that. It's a prop. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Johnny. Answer his question, and then we have to move on from the glue.
Well, the glue's naturally hardening. That's okay. That works.
Thank you for keeping that very quick. Rusty Grammar is right. Everybody hit like. Everybody hit share. Everybody hit subscribe. I have to report, we took a step backwards yesterday on the march to 10K. We took like a 2-person march step backwards. So, got to get through there. Got to keep subscribing. Got to get it to 10K. We're about 60 away. Let's do it. Let's get moving. I know that every channel plateaus at some point, and we're heading towards our plateau. But I would like that plateau to be on the other side of 10K and not this side of 10K. So let's go there. I know you know when the show's on every day. You don't need the notifications and whatnot, but subscribing helps our channel, and it helps my mind rest easier. Freaky Deaky says, okay, fine, let's talk about Bannerlord and Hitler history. That won't get them wet at all. Are you kidding? Bitches love the Third Reich. T-shirt. I'm going to go ahead and take my last meth cough drop of the day. And then
the day, you got an early jump on them?
I've already taken one of my meth cough drops, and I'm allowed 2 every 4 hours. This is going to be the last one I think I'm going to need, but we'll see. $4.99 from Hobo Chili Recipe says, Johnny, I'm trying to build a B-52 bomber. Any thoughts? I'll hang up and listen. Also, stop with all the sexy talk. My wife is leaving a snail trail. See, I told you, it's not me raising this concern. It's the audience. Go ahead, answer his question quickly, and then again, we're going to lose our female audience if you keep making them this wet talking about model airplanes and glue and whatnot.
Again, the key to building a good model is just, measure twice, cut once sort of deal. Just double check your work before you commit to anything in case, you made a little flub. Then that's how you get a pristine, a good model is just steady, careful double checking.
I can hear orgasms across the Steel Toe Nation, if you will. Rostog's Broken Spirit asking meth cough drops. Yeah, these are the kind of cough drops they use when they make meth. When you buy these at the store, you have to
recognize them from Breaking Bad.
Yeah, exactly. You have to, when you buy these at the store, they tell you can only buy so many. Somebody has to come over and confirm that you're allowed to buy them. I think if you have a scab on your face, they make you put it back, whatever it is. Those are my meth cough drops. Mad Max Mardigan, oh, yeah, I heard about this last night. I wasn't going to bring this up on the show. I don't know if a lot of people would have known him. But, Aaron, I heard you killed Treat Williams. All I have to say is why. He wasn't that bad of an actor. Johnny, what is your favorite Treat Williams role?
I don't know who Treat Williams is.
That's why I wasn't going to bring it up today. I figured a lot of people would not know who Treat Williams is. 71 years old. Treat Williams was one of those people who I bet you he's done a Law and Order SVU or Criminal Intent.
I might recognize him if I saw his face.
Yeah, Treat Williams. If I type in Treat Williams Law and Order, he's definitely been on an episode. It was an actor who guest starred on Law and Order Special Victims Unit in the episode Spiraling Down. See, I figured as much.
Every actor who's an actual like Law and Order SVU is like an acceptance badge. Like, all right, I'm an actor. All right, you've done an episode of SVU. All right,
right,
you're official.
11 years ago, he did an episode of SVU. And the other thing is, I was watching last night, and I see you can see old actors on there that used to be bigger than they are, or it's guys on their way up. We're watching season 6 right now of Law and Order SVU. Fucking John Barenthal.
Dude.
Yeah. He was on there playing like a wormy gossip columnist guy. And I'm like, oh, shit, it's Shane. Shane from The Walking Dead
Punisher.
is here. Yeah, the Punisher's here. Holy shit. All right. What is everyone's favorite Treat Williams role? Let's see if anyone comes up with my favorite Treat Williams role. Johnny, you might know him if you see him. I don't know. How do you describe Treat Williams? Treat Williams is a guy who, if you were to design the voice and look of a decent character actor, it would be Treat Williams. Maybe one of the best character actors in the business. If you needed a guy who wasn't too expensive, and you needed a guy who would do a solid job, and a guy who, when people saw him, would go, I know him from something, you got Treat Williams. Hobo Chili Recipe says Treat Williams was a powerhouse on Lifetime television. Yes. Stevie J says, I heard that Marvel canceled The Punisher because vigilante justice is bad. I wouldn't doubt it. Gray Duckling says, oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah, the Punisher, like the Netflix stuff was really, really awesome, but it came out of the gate really hard with like Daredevil being kind of like not violent, but very, very action filled. Well, I guess violent. So when they did all that, when they came to doing the Punisher, like, all right, now we have to do the guy that's like vigilante justice who goes too far. Like, yeah, but we just had the blind guy beat the shit out of 20 people in a hallway. How do we step that up?
Yeah.
Like, explosions and guns, everyone. It got rough.
Look, I nothing against John Barenthal. I like him, but hashtag not my Punisher. Thomas Jane will always be my Punisher. Forever and ever, always and forever, till kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Amen. I am a Thomas Jane Punisher kind of guy. And any other Howard Saint, hashtag not my Howard Saint.
Oh, dude, the whole reason that movie works is John Travolta.
Yeah. John Travolta rules in that movie. Also, who is it? Steve the Pirate. Wait, no, is that Steve the Pirate? Who plays the guy with all the piercings? I don't know. I thought it was Steve the Pirate.
No, that's not Steve the Pirate. Oh God, no. That's oh God, what's his name? The guy. I always confuse Billy. Not Billy. Shit.
Who play here? Ready? Google's great. Who plays piercing guy?
Brian. It's a B, and then
in
his last.
The Punisher. Here we go. Ben Foster as Spacker Dave. That's his name in the movie.
The weird part is he plays a really like weak, feeble person, but if you watch anything else Ben Foster does,
yeah,
he's not that guy.
Ben Foster is hard in everything he does except the Punisher. Oh, no, you know what I'm thinking of? 310 to Yuma. He's in. Yeah, he's one of like remember? He's like
he's
Russell Crowe's enforcer guy, yeah.
Yeah, he's like almost like the second in command. He wasn't kind of like the top dude in the group other than Russell Crowe.
Fucking nasty, yeah. And you know where I know Ben Foster from? And I could be wrong on this. I believe he's Mars in the Bruce Willis movie Hostage.
Probably.
Check me if I'm wrong. I'm right there right now. I'm looking at his IMDb. If I go through his 310 the Yuma, boy, other than that, Alpha Dog, 6 Feet Under the Dead. Yep, Hostage. He's Mars Krupchek in Hostage. And then Spacker Dave. It's funny. Spacker Dave is a total fucking pussy. Mars is a lunatic psycho killer in Hostage. And he's a sadistic murderer in 310 to Yuma as well.
Yeah, he's really, it's really weird how he plays like these dark characters. You don't even remember, like, hey, do you remember him in The Punisher? Like, no, he was in that.
Yeah. And they're like, yeah, he's a total fucking pussy. But as far as The Punisher goes, always be Thomas Jane to me. Hulkamaster Baby, yeah, with that line, you killed my son. Both of them. Or no, I made you kill your son. Both of them. Thomas Jane accidentally stabbed Kevin Nash in that movie. It wasn't is that real? Oh, like he actually stabbed Kevin Nash doing one of the stunts for the movie? Oh, shit. Okay. My favorite Treat Williams role. I don't think anybody got it. As Mike Ovitz, Letterman's agent in The Late Shift. That would be my favorite Treat Williams role. There's enough hostility here to start a small war. All of it's stupid and unwarranted, in my opinion. Well, let's see if we can loosen things up a little bit. A little good faith. Well, but nobody gives a shit about the HBO movie, The Late Shift. All right.
Well, I don't think a lot of people are like, hey, I want to know the lore behind, David Letterman and Jay Leno.
Meanwhile, I'm one of the people who goes, I would love to hear about the lore between David Letterman and Jay Leno. I want to see The Late Shift Part 2 with the Conan Jay Leno thing. I want to see all the late night related movies. I don't know if I'm going to go.
I just feel like even in the world of sequels, just from a storyline writing perspective, you're not going to match the Letterman Leno stuff with like, all right, now Leno Conan, the ginger that was like, but I want to be in charge and do the show. And then he sucked.
It really is the Lifetime sequel version of the original. Because the other one had Johnny Carson, fucking Jay Leno, David Letterman, and now, Arsenio Hall. And now this one's like, yeah, Conan really wanted to do that show. And then Leno didn't want to leave. And then 7 months later, Leno's got the job back. Like, it's a very, very circular story. Ryobi says, Late Shift Part 2, still awake. Yeah, there you go. Carson Daly's like, hey, you want me in this movie? They're like, no, you're not really integral to this story. You can go back to whatever it is.
Good Morning America, I think you're on now.
Today's Show, Good Morning America, whichever one Michael Strahan isn't on. I believe that's the one you're doing. Okay, let's continue on. Let's get into our stories for today. 3:10 away from today's goal. Check out Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, or memberships and contribute to our program. Keep it going. We knock out that goal. We add 30 minutes to the end of our show. Michael B. says Letterman throwing baseballs at a target was funny. Yeah, I think that was one of those things where they just wanted the guy who played Letterman, who did a good job, by the way. Another great character actor. I never can remember his name. John Michael Higgins.
Yep.
Do you remember the guy in The Breakup who had the Tone Rangers, the a cappella band?
Mm-hmm.
He's in everything, too. He's another one of those guys like Treat Williams. We're like, oh, he's the guy from The Thing.
Or Stanley Tucci.
Stanley Tucci's another one. Somebody mentioning James Raymar. He's another one. The guy who played Dexter's dad. And he played.
Oh, yeah, dude. Dexter's dad is in everything.
James Raymar's in Django Unchained. He shows up in, that movie that I like. It's absolute trash, but I enjoy it. The porn star, The Girl Next Door.
Oh.
With
you said the porn star, and I was like, oh, God, where is this going?
The Elijah Cuthbert, what's his name? He became a character actor, too. Emil Hirsch. Emil Hirsch and Elijah Cuthbert. And I think Timothy Oliphant, it's one of his first movies. And then fucking James Raymar is in it. As Hugo.
Is Raymar in Mortal Kombat 2?
Yep, Raymar is the original. Was he the original Raiden or the second one?
He's in the second one. The original Raiden was Christopher Lambert.
Yes.
The Highlander, which was fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I'm going to say this. I love James Raymar. However, # not my Raiden.
Yeah.
The Highlander is my Raiden.
Christopher Lambert has always been the best. I mean, the redone movie is good if you're a big fan of the video games, so I'm excited to see the sequel coming out. But
dude, the fucking terrible special effects with the animalities in the second one is so campy horseshit. it's so bad. And by the way, the white supremacy, if I may use a term from left-leaning people, the white supremacy, the lack of subtlety in the white supremacy in Mortal Kombat is awesome. You've got all these little Malaysian people or Japanese people or whatever they are. And then they got, where's our lightning god? Where's the man who watches over us and protects us? Oh, you mean this super white guy from America? Yeah, that guy.
The Anglo-Saxon Christian looking dude?
Yeah, the really super white looking guy. Yeah, that's our God who can, fix things for us when we fuck it up by not paying attention.
Was he in Warriors?
I think so. Yeah, I think Christopher No, I know for a fact Christopher Lambert was in Warriors. What?
I was talking about
James Raymar?
James Raymar.
No, I think. Oh, hold on. I thought Christopher.
Now we have to look.
James Raymar, The Warriors. Yes, he was 1979. The Warriors. James Raymar in fucking everything. Too Fast, Too Furious, Sex and the City, Black Lightning. I'm sure that was fucking terrible. Django, The Phantom, the Girl Next Door, Sharpshooter. He was one of those guys who, whenever he got a starring role, it was always in like a straight-to-DVD movie. But he could play the shit out of a character actor in any major movie. Renaissance Man with Danny DeVito. He was in that one. God. White Fang.
Now we're going deep in the paint.
Hellraiser Inferno, the 2000 Hellraiser movie. Oh, God. James Raymar's nickname should be the guy who never says no. He was in Red with John Malkovich and all the old-timey...
Oh, my God. He was in Red?
Yeah, he was in Red, too. Guys did everything. More people say... No, he was not in Brokeback Mountain. Stevie J says the second movie got released with the placeholder special effects. They were supposed to change them, but the release date was rushed to coincide with the video game. Oh, so that's why... Because the animality shit looks so fucking bad. It looks like an 8-bit video game. And
it was weird because it's like the graphics were better in the game at that time.
Than they were in the movie. Fucking terrible.
The new game comes with, you can get a skin that lets Johnny Cage turn into and look like Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Really?
So, yeah. Because the original inspiration for Johnny Cage was, in fact, Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Oh,
so
ultimate sign of a character actor. Hank Danger says Law and Order. Let's see if James Raymar was in Law and Order. James
that's right.
Raymar.
You guarantee he's been in.
Had to have done one. Nope, I'm not seeing any. Nothing.
Jesus.
James Raymar. None. Dude, Zach Morris has been in fucking Law and Order.
You played Dexter's dad.
Yeah.
How could you not be in Law and Order?
No Law and Order for James Raymar. How about Christopher? Did we get a Christopher Lambert Law and Order? I'm going to say probably not. Christopher Lambert, Law and Order. Nope, no Law and Order, unfortunately. Okay, moving on. Sorry, guys, we're done with character actors, but we were trying to honor Treat Williams, who passed away at 71. By the way, Treat Williams, 71 years old. You know how he died?
Medical complication?
A fucking motorcycle accident. That's a badass way to die at 71.
Oh, shit, dude.
That's like
salute to you, sir.
That's like Napoleon Dynamite's grandma. Didn't she die or go to the hospital in like a sand buggy accident?
I did not commit any memory to Napoleon Dynamite.
I thought she was in like a dune buggy accident, and that's a pretty hardcore way to go. But 71 years old, died in a motorcycle accident. Rest in peace, Treat Williams. This Reddit thing actually did affect me a little bit. I was affected by the Reddit blackout. Not The Onion, one of my prep sites, and Florida Man. Both went private because of the protest on Reddit. Our cringe stayed up.
Our cringe is still up, but yeah, like videos is down. There's like 14 or 15 different like main Reddits that a lot of people go to or use for different news or sources or whatever. And all of them are like, you can only get in if you're a member. Yeah. And I've applied to several. I haven't gotten anything back.
Yeah.
But
I figure they'll come back on. People are pissed off about the new API pricing terms. Reddit wants to keep all of the revenue that's drawn from Reddit-related apps in-house. And I guess that makes people mad because they use a lot of those apps and whatnot. So they're like, well, fuck you guys. We're going to go dark. We're going to close a lot of our subreddits. And here's the problem with Reddit. Reddit is like any other free-to-use forum out there. If these places stay dark, the people who use them are not going to start paying money, They're not going to start, following this thing or following that thing. They'll just find a new place to go.
Oh, yeah. That's the beautiful thing about this. There'll be a new startup somewhere. It's like, well, we've got an idea about breaking the mold on the whole money and charging people, and we're going to make it work. Like they didn't, because everyone starts out with that lofty ideal, like Pandora. Like, we're going to make music that just the station generates and goes towards what you want, and it shows you new stuff, and it's all free. It's like, yeah, by the way, how does that work? We're bankrupt. We can't manage this. We're going to sell it off to somebody. First thing we're doing, ads and price scheme.
Exactly. It's, all these tech startups are underpants gnomes to the hilt. Step 1, stream music. Step 2, I don't know. Step 3, profit. And they can never get to step 3. It's always like, let me start this thing and let me unload it on some, billionaires who are trying to buy cool before they realize that this is a completely unprofitable thing. Because the minute, like you said, the minute they start trying to charge for it, or overloading it with ads, people will go, well, fuck that. On to the next thing.
On to the next new thing. And
I don't really... It's odd because for the last 20 years, the marketplace has been telling these streaming services, we're listening to our music for free. But I don't know how much more clear we can make this, whether it was Napster, LimeWire, fucking FrostWire, and then on to like... Spotify, Amazon Music, Pandora, all this shit. People are not going to pay for their music anymore. So,
dude, people stopped paying for their music when you could get a boombox and a cassette tape and record it off the radio.
True.
Like, I mean, I might be going a little far for even you here. Does anyone ever remember the old school, I made you a mixtape because I care about you, so I sat up all night and I listened to the radio and I recorded all the songs I thought you'd like?
I'm not that old. Haha. We burned CDs. Ha! I got to burn CDs. Scarface says, Kazaa was one of them. Did you ever download one of a song you really wanted and it was that fucking Bill Clinton announcement? Did you ever get stung by the Bill Clinton commercial advertisement for shit? Oh God, there was one back in the Napster days when you would go to download a song and it would be like T1, so you're like, yeah, I'm gonna get this one quick, and you're like, oh man, I'm ready to listen to Forgot About Dre, and you'd click on it, it'd be, hey, this is old Bubba Bill Clinton, just wanting to let you know the fucking gold rush is funded by the. Like, he would do some advertisement for some horse shit. And it would be you would spend so much time on Napster finding like an obscure song that you heard a while ago, but you can't hear anymore. And then fucking Bill Clinton is on there. I wonder if you go on YouTube, Bill Clinton Napster commercial.
Someone had to have uploaded.
Right, somebody had. Who remembers when Bill Clinton's voice was in your music? Yeah.
Kids these days will never know the feeling of when you illegally downloaded torrented music, and instead of the song you thought you were going to get, it was just audio of Bill Clinton.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
How many people know this? Oh my God, so many of you don't know what I'm talking about.
Okay, I really could do without this.
Okay, can we get past the you introducing it thing?
Yeah.
It was cute for a second.
I just want to hear, Bill Clinton spam message from LimeWire.
My fellow Americans.
Yep, this is the one. So you would download, you're like, I'm looking for fucking Fat Joe and R. Kelly, We Thuggin', an uncensored version, because I need to hear this song. I love it so much.
I need to hear all the N-words my parents don't want me to know.
Yeah, I'm trying to listen to Bobby Brown and Ja Rule's Thug Lovin', and I can't hear it because every time I download a copy, I get this shit.
My fellow Americans, I would once again like to say that I did not have sexual relations with that woman. I did, however, go to ifreeclub.com, where they offer hundreds of free products: computers, notebooks and accessories, televisions, home and portable audio and video, fashion.
I love how this guy drops the Clinton impression after like 10 seconds, and it just becomes a man with a worn-out voice.
Just doing it just kind of sounds like you've blown it out. The laryngitis is taking hold.
And I'm just,
there you go.
My voice is rotting. Yeah, this is what you'd hear after you search for a long time. And man, this was dial-up internet too. So like you're taking up the phone line. You've only got so much time that you're allowed. You know, your parents are installing the second line next week. And until then, you know, look, you got to watch your time on the internet. Your parents downloaded a program that allows people to leave voicemails while you're using up the dial-up internet. You're trying to get your goddamn song. It's going to take. I remember if you would get a wait time under 20 minutes for a song, you're like, fuck yeah. This rules.
Dude, this is going to be great. Good day. Yeah, but you had to split your time, too, between downloading music and then finding access to porn.
Yeah, and then if you got porn, it was the 10-second clips that you would just put on.
You had to learn to, like, get yourself ramped up and then edge to furiously, so that way you could get the payoff during the actual video.
Dude, trying to time coming during the early days of porn is something that I think built character in a lot of people. And I think that younger people are missing out because remember, there would be the go-to site for me was always sublimedirectory.com. And you would go there and you would click the videos and you had to learn that you clicked 3 or 4 videos in a row. The fourth one was always like a pop-up ad site. And so you had to go 3, 4 in a row and then skip one and then go to the next one. I jacked off a lot when I was a kid. So you would find a video, and do you remember the 4 clips that would be on there?
No.
There would be 4 clips. One was like a foreplay clip. Who gives a shit? Then there were like 2 fucking clips and then a money shot clip. And you would play the money shot clip, or if she said something really sexy in one of the other 2 clips, you'd go to that, and they'd be like anywhere from 10 to 20 seconds long, and you would put them on repeat, and you would whack it to that. Now kids have whole fucking pornos just right at their fingertips, and they don't appreciate shit. They don't
understand the difficulty of, and you had to do this, like, especially if you lived in a house with, you know, more than just you and your parents. If you had like siblings and everything else, you had to do this like covertly. You had to make sure nobody knew what you were doing.
Right.
Cover your trail.
And back then we only had 4 porn stars: Jenna Jameson, Brianna Banks, the Heather Deep Throat chick, and you know what? God help me, I think that might be it. I think those were the 3 porn stars we had. You either had Heather Brooke, Brianna Banks, or Jenna Jameson. After that, nobody gave a shit. Now, everybody in the chat right now can list their favorite porn star that they like, and we'll get 900 different answers. There's so many of them. And Tara Patrick. You're right, Scarface. Tara Patrick was there. These other names you guys are coming up with, I don't recognize. Tara Patrick, Brianna Banks, Jenna Jameson, Heather Brooke. No, not Gianna Michaels. Nope, not Ava Angelina. I'm sorry. The Mount Rushmore is full from 90s and early 2000s wanks.
There's no room for Cheyenne Silver.
No room for Cheyenne Silver. Nope. This is totally biased based on my tastes back in the day.
She's like half Native American or whatever.
Come on. I don't care. There was only room for 4 on Mount Rushmore. All the rest were beneath it. People saying Tracy Lords. I feel like she was older by the time I was, in my prime.
Yeah, because what was it in like 97 or 98 when she was in Virtuosity?
Right.
Then she was in Blade. Oh my God, she was in Blade.
Here, best porn stars of the early 2000s. 10 best female porn stars of the 2000s. All right. Katsuni. Aurora Snow. Not on Mount Rushmore, but she'll do. Brianna Banks. Hillary Scott. Oh, my God. I'm glad we don't have these pictures up. Oh, this poor Belladonna girl. I've never heard of her, but don't go into that neighborhood again, young lady. Sasha Grey.
Sacha Baron Cohen, what?
And Sacha Baron Cohen and Jenna Hayes. That's the early 2000s. All right, let's go 90s. But Brianna Banks hung in there until the 2000s. Good for her. Best porn stars of the 90s. Here we go. Jenna Jameson, Tara Patrick, Lisa Ann, who I think Lisa Ann kind of, when she started doing MILF stuff in the 2000s, she became more popular, but I could be wrong.
She came into her own when she was a mom.
Sylvia Saint, Julia Ann, Nina Hartley. No, too old. I never got into that. Brianna Banks. There you go.
You know what? I'm happy to be the only person who's apparently enjoying wanking it to Cheyenne Silver. It's a smaller audience. It's more intimate.
Yeah, Matt Fields, Belladonna. Yeah, that Belladonna, I've never heard of her, but it looks like she had it rough. The clip I saw, or the picture I saw of her on that website, two black guys, one of them had her mouth literally pulled open with his hands. And you're like, what? What the fuck, young lady? Go talk to your father. It wasn't that bad. He meant to make it stop, but your uncle, it's very convincing. Make up.
I can't even look into this stuff anymore now. If I start looking into different porn stars, I have to go upstairs and just hug my daughter and go, Daddy loves you.
Yes.
Daddy loves you very much.
You can do whatever you want. You are full of potential. Remember that. Ryobi says, Belladonna has herpes now, had to quit. I can see why. I get it. But yeah, back in the day, man, whacking off.
I mean, they didn't wash their hands before they fish hooked her? That's just unsanitary.
Whacking off back in the day took concentration. It took timing. Now
a sleeping bag.
Yeah, now people have everything at their fingertips and no, I need midgets choking black women with stiletto shoes on, and it's like, Jesus Christ, man.
It really is the Randy Marsh thing. Now, in order to get there, you have to see Japanese vomit porn because the regular stuff just doesn't cut it anymore.
Late 90s and early 2000s kids, we had terrible tit jobs and just plain blonde hair. That was it. You guys get too done up nowadays to go out on the town. 310 away from today's goal. If you'd like to help us knock that out, if you a little early rally here today, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, or gifted memberships, fire away. Let's knock that thing out. Let's make it a non-issue on today's show. Let's make carnival barking limited on today's program. I mean, the porn talk alone is worth a $5. Am I right? 310 away. Let's knock it under. Fuck it. Let's get under 250 by the end of the hour if you're feeling so generous. So as far as the Reddit thing goes, look, I get it. I understand why these subreddits, over 7,000 of them, I guess, have shut down. And some of them are still shut down. I just really think it's shooting a BB gun at a freight train. That's all.
Yeah, you're not going to change anything. They're going to push their API price scheme bullshit. Some people will stick it out because they'll stay there and they don't mind paying and supporting the content. Most people are going to just go find the next new thing.
This is always the end of these kind of services, is the minute that the investors start to tell the people who started it, look, man, I've been pumping millions of fucking dollars into this thing and I haven't seen a dime of profit yet. You guys got to start paying me back. You've got to start giving me a little bit of money here. So then they start panicking and they go to the CEO and they're like, look, we owe a shitload of people money. What can we do to, turn a profit? And they're like, I mean, we can start squeezing people for money. And then, at that point, it's either you got to sell off to a bigger company and see if they can just use it as a write-off, or you're going to just kind of start that slow decline into shit.
Yeah, you're going to have to hope that, at this point, your biggest asset would be that you could offset someone else's profits that they need. Hey, we need a real humdinger of a failure. Boom, There's a sinking boat.
Yeah, you got it. The tech people who are the smartest are the ones who find a good, multi-billionaire sucker and just sell it off to them and get the fuck out of Dodge. I think what Pandora did with SiriusXM was perfect. Take that money, get out. Don't even let them offer you a job. Just because that's what happens. A lot of times they'll buy the company and be like, hey, you want to work for us? I'd be like, how much are you paying us? About $400 million. Yeah, I'm going to fuck off. Thanks.
Yeah, we're good.
I'm good.
Which is funny because, like I said, Pandora started out as this, I think it was even a college project thing. But it was just the hopeful thing of it's an open source thing and we're not talking about money and it's the future of listening to music. And it's that sounds all really, really great. You guys you're not part of this whole capitalist society that's just milking artists for their talent and then, taking all the profits yourself. No, that's right. You had to sell for millions
Right.
of dollars. And
Oh, wow, that's really idealistic and great. You want to make the music free. Cool. We hear that offer your streaming services and do all of that. We expect you to pay us. So you better learn how to make a fucking buck or two. Dub with $5 says 0707 Dub. Thank you very much. 305 away from knocking out today's goal. Let's all hit up that PayPal and knock that goal out today. We appreciate it. Also, while you're there, hit the thumbs up on this video, hit subscribe. Let's get to 10,000. You guys can do it. We do appreciate it. The long-awaited arrival at the 10K Club for Steel Toe. All right, Johnny, starting out today, we go to Edison High School in Huntington Beach, California, to show everyone that there is some hope. Not everything during Pride Month is just shoving pride flags up these kids' asses, telling them to take it, and if they don't take it, they're the most evil, terrible people, and if anyone objects at all, they're just ostracized or whatever. This next clip makes me encouraged, because if a bunch of high school kids who have been indoctrinated into this shit for years and years, if a bunch of high school kids can be shown a bunch of pride shit during Pride Month and even they start to roll their eyes, I feel like we may have some hope. In Huntington Beach, California, a high school was shown a video. And you know when you're in school and the teacher turns on a video, you're like, yes, this is great. I don't even care if it's that shitty Voyage of the Mimi thing with young Ben Affleck. I don't give a fuck. We get to watch a video.
I'm going to take a nap either way.
Exactly. I'm going to wake up. There's going to be a puddle of drool either on my forearm or my desk. This is going to be great. Well, a bunch of kids were really excited to watch a video in class until they realized that their teacher was making them watch a pride video. Watch their reaction here. We're going to put this up on the screen. Watch their reaction and then listen to what the teacher threatens them with once she gets upset that they're all laughing. They're all groaning, booing, or giggling at the pride video. The teacher thought she would have this poignant moment with the kids. We're all one heartbeat. We're all one people. And this Pride Month, and the kids just start going, boo. Like, do you know how shitty you have to be? Do you know how fed up with something high school kids have to be that they'd boo a video?
Yeah, most of the time they just, zone out, check their phone, maybe. I'm sure nowadays, because, it used to be like writing and passing notes, but that was before technology. So now they can just like message their friends and plan what they're doing after. Like, yeah, the fact that they're actually putting in the effort to protest this means they really don't like it.
Yeah, I just really like that these kids are booing, and then a couple of them are even laughing. While there's nothing better than someone trying to force a poignant moment where it doesn't belong and people shitting all over it. So the teacher, pride is obviously dinged here. She's been wounded by the high school kids, by the minors laughing at her.
So she's going to be the adult, accept it graciously, and just move on.
Well, let's watch how she does that.
Why are you showing this to kids?
Hey, I'll warn you guys now, if you're going to be inappropriate, I will have supervision down and give all of you a Saturday school for next year. So knock it off.
Okay.
So the kids start laughing at her gay pride video, and she goes, if you don't stop it, I'm going to give Saturday school to all of you next year if you don't watch my pride video. And you can hear the groans in the class. They're all basically giving her the hand motion for jack me off. They're like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's really, really sad. I want to be inclusive and I want to be accepting and tolerant. Hey, we don't really care about this shit, and we're sick of hearing about it. Hey, what's your problem? You're not allowed to dissent. Whoa, where's your tolerance?
It does give me a little bit of hope, though. Like, it makes me feel kind of good that these kids are like, oh, God, we fucking get it. Because you got to think, we're in our mid to late 30s, and we're tired of seeing all the pride shit in June, and we can stay away from it if we want to. If you're a high school kid, you're probably inundated with this shit, and I can't imagine how exhausted some of these kids are. But to see that a whole schoolroom full of them are going, I don't fucking care anymore. And the funny thing is, it's not even homophobia. It's just It's
apathy.
It's exhaustion. It's these kids going, look, none of us care that you're gay. Like
I want to see a gay guy like stand up and just say, look, I'm gay and I get it. Enough.
Yeah.
Move on.
Okay, we suck dick and take cocks in our butt. It's fine. Oh, but what about lesbian? Nobody gives a shit about lesbians. Enough. Gay guy stands up. Lesbians are a theory. We don't even really know if they're lesbians or they just went to college for a long time. We're not
Lesbians
really sure.
have been socially accepted ever since straight men realized it gave them even bigger boners.
Right. I'm a gay man. I had to get molested to be who I am. I'm just saying statistically, there's a higher chance.
Lesbians are just two really good friends who had one too many sleepovers.
Yes. I was born this way. And by born this way, I mean my uncle and neighbor made me this way.
Lesbians are people who decided clam chowder tastes delicious.
Yes. Lesbians are just people who have had one too many bad breakups. That's all it is. All right, so we'll get to the end of this. The teacher just threatened them with Saturday school for groaning at the gay video that she showed them in class. Oh, that was it? Okay, so we got to the end of it. Good for them, man. I like that. I like that these kids are like, that's the only way you're going to turn this shit around, by the way.
Is for the people that they're trying to push it on and just go, yeah, enough.
You're going,
this is lame and gay.
You're going to have to laugh at them because if you yell at the teacher, you look like a crazy homophobe. You know, if you scream at them or try to make a point, you're a crazy autistic homophobe. But if they show you gay pride shit and you just go, ooh, I'm gay. Ooh. Like it's so humiliating that the person either has to turn it off or they're the ones now who are going to be screaming and yelling and looking like a lunatic. Would you like to watch the video, the 50-second clip that the teacher showed the kids?
Yeah.
This is what she showed a high school that made them groan.
Is Pride Month.
Boo.
Former Edison student has had their sexual orientation change throughout high school, where she found some that helped her give community. She says, the first kiss I had was with a girl. Most of my family supported me until my mother stepped in. She found a safe space with the people who are also like them. No matter what anyone says, be proud of.
Which, by the way, finding a safe space with people who are just like you is only okay for a certain group of people. If Latinos do it in conservative Latino circles, it's white supremacy. If any white kids want to do it, it's white supremacy. Even if too many black students do it, we're going to call it a gang. So it's only when us homosexuals and trans people do it, is it okay to form a community of people who think like us.
Oh, and by the way, we're all tortured victims who can't express ourselves unless we face violent backlash every day.
Right.
I feel like we really have kind of overstated the gay victimhood thing. Like it was a thing back in the day, and then we gave them all these rights, and we accepted they're part of society, all that stuff. But then somehow they're like, no, but we're still tortured victims. Like, yeah, but you guys can get married and buy an apartment.
Yeah. Like with gay people now, we just kind of look at them and we go, you know, guys, if we would have known you were going to be this overbearing, we would have never started giving you rights in the first place. You know, you just want to look at the gay community. Like Justin Bieber's dad said, you just want to look at him and go, you know, I never heard a thank you. I mean, because you got to admit, you've been obnoxious, like really annoying. You literally multiple times a year go into our streets with fucking banana hammocks on and shake your dick and balls at us. And we still not only let you get married, we let you be outside. You've clearly shown that you can't behave in a polite group, but yet we still let you do it.
And even this video proves it's all about sex too, because like my first kiss was with a girl. Again, because it's not that you can't love someone of the same sex or have affectionate feelings for people of your same gender. It's only gay when you start having sex.
Right.
Like that's where the homosexual part comes in, when there was a sexual element.
The fucking part is the gay part.
Proud of who you are and keep fighting.
Keep fighting.
At Edison, we should make all students feel welcome here, no matter their gender or...
Gay people, I need to ask you, what is it you need to feel welcome? Like, at what point are you going to feel welcome? Most of us don't even want anything to do with you. Most of us want you to just go, live your life, do whatever you want to do, We're fine. We're cool. What else do you need? Do we need to start throwing parades? Because it's not going to happen. First of all, we don't have your sense of design, so it's not going to look good.
Do we need to throw parades for you? Like, do we need to roll out the carpet every time? Like, this whole, like, we're still fighting. Like, fighting for what?
For what? Yeah.
At this point, I'm called a bigot if I ask you to just not involve kids.
Right. You've now gone to the point where we're Nazis if you say, could you not talk to our children about butt fucking? You yell at us for that. How much more accepted can you be? We get to be gaslit pieces of shit if we tell you not to talk about butt fucking children, and you're still fighting? At one point you're going to have to do that English sketch, that Nazi sketch. You're going to have to look at each other and go,
are we the baddies?
Are we the baddies?
Now they're in like BDSM gear. And
yeah. And they're like,
one of them's holding a giant dildo. Are we the baddies?
Yeah. We're talking to children about butt sex. Are we the baddies? God.
But it's a lifestyle. Is it? Or is it just a fascination with the things that we like to wank?
So, if you're out and proud, closeted, or even just an ally, be proud of who you are.
Ugh.
Most importantly, don't forget to love each other.
In the butt. That's another thing high school kids can do to get this shit to stop in their classrooms. Just make really
butt.
Yeah, just make really immature comments about butt sex while this is playing in your school.
It's kind of like how in a couple of the hockey teams I was on, like if one of the coaches or one of the teammates started doing one of those really stupid, like, let's get together, like rally moment things like you see in the video. Usually someone would especially if we all had to have our heads down, because that's a big thing in hockey. Put your heads down and focus. Yeah. Someone would just go, penis, and it would start the penis game. And then you'd watch either the person getting really upset that no one's taking this seriously, like our coach would always do it, or you'd have the guy giving the speech crack it up like, and we're gonna get in there, we're gonna score a goal, penis. And, all right, let's do this, guys. Like, it ruins everything. It's great.
How hard would your entire class have laughed if, like, a teacher who was super into Pride Month played a gay video in your class, and then it's dead silent because everyone's afraid to be like, oh, God. But one kid just puts both hands over his mouth and goes, gay. Everybody would have bust out laughing, and the teacher would have had a horrified look on their face. And that's what breaks the tension, is the one kid, the one brave soul who decides to go, homo. And then everyone goes,
how did you get expelled for saying one word? One word, Trevor.
I yelled gay during a Pride video. Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh.
D. Gulag says, this is the most contentious Pride Month ever. It's amazing. It is. Like, we're not even 2 full weeks into this one yet. And you can already sense that people are like, dude, every year you guys go further and further. We're going, like, one of these months, we're going to put our foot down.
Well, I feel like people are putting their foot down. Even before Pride Month, people have been putting their foot down. The Dylan Mulvaney stuff, more and more people pushing back against the drag time story hour thing. Because they'll be like, what's wrong with drag shows? Nothing's wrong with drag shows. We're saying don't involve the kids. It's not a kid thing.
That's it. That's all it is.
That's all we're saying.
And then they're like, oh, how dare you? It's like, what do you mean, how dare you? I'd rather my kids didn't watch drag shit. It's inappropriate. And that's the thing, like, us scumbags, us people who have the most disgusting taste in humor, in movies, in everything else, just complete pieces of shit, are like, you guys are forcing us to be the moral compass of the world. How fucked up are you that someone like me, who used to think that they were like an anything goes kind of a person, you wanted someone to dress up like a dragon cum slut and dance in front of children with their bulge hanging out. And we went, yeah, that's not cool. And now we're the prudes. It's amazing.
I actively make fun of crippled people to the point where I'm pretty sure God is punishing me on a regular basis. And I've become the voice of moral reason. What the fuck?
And you refuse to take the fucking galactic hint.
Yep.
And you keep doing it. That's hashtag brave. All right, guys, 3:05 away from our goal this morning. And also, we're about an hour into the show. We like to be under 300 by the end of that first hour. So if you feel like chipping in, let's go on a rally here. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Let's keep on top of that so I don't have to do extra can-rattly, panhandly, e-beggy guy for too much of the show. Just a nice, consistent drop in. Everybody throw in 5 or 10. We'll knock this thing out. If you want to become a VIP, today's a good day to become a VIP also. So let's all contribute. Super chats, memberships, gifted memberships. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo are the quickest ways to knock that down. They take less than 5%. YouTube takes their 30%. Let's knock down that goal. 3:05 away. It's a ways away this morning, but we got lots of time. Let's just stay consistent on it. And everybody chip in just a little to your favorite program. You know, becoming a member would be the easiest way to do that. Quick little clip here of a couple of Irish guys who won I can't remember if this is cycling, if this is soccer, if this is some volleyball, some kind of fucking thing.
I'm guessing soccer or rugby from the outfits.
Oh, rugby. There you go. Yeah, it's a rugby match. An Irish team won a rugby match, and the interview on broadcast television, well, let's just say that maybe someone isn't used to being the focal point from a PR standpoint of the team.
The player of the match, the final. Very well done, very well played. A great win for you guys, no doubt.
Yeah, look, fuck, it's some win in fairness. Like, you know, we've had it tough there the last few weeks. We've been on the road non-stop.
His teammates' reaction.
What's wrong with it?
His teammates' reaction is the best. As he just goes, "Oh shit! I shouldn't have let him do the interview. I should have taken it."
I don't see a problem with it. He's upbeat. He's happy to be there. He seems to know what he's talking about. He's got a good. I had no problem with that. Call me weird. I must have missed it.
The TV guy comes up to him, and it's literally, I believe, the second or third word out of his mouth. Oh, it's fucking crazy. It's like, not even trying, are you? That's like if I brought a Wednesday guest co-host in. Actually, this is what Gino did when he guest hosted that one day, is he just dropped the N-bomb like in the first sentence that he spoke. And it's like, okay, fucking clean it up for the rest of the program. That would be nice.
Are you not torpedo my show? You're the guest.
Yeah, go torpedo your own program, pal.
Very well done, very well played. A great win for you guys, no doubt.
Yeah, look, fuck, it's some win in fairness. Like, you know, we've had it tough there the last few weeks. We've been on the road.
His teammate just puts the hand over the face right away. Shit like that, where a guy's just like, "This is my big moment to let the world know, you know, how I feel about the performance that we gave and everything else." And you're just like, "Oh, it's fucking crazy," and you're like, "All right, well."
All right, you guys, you did great against the South African team. What do you have to say about the game? Oh, it was great to pick on the... Whoa.
See, he's not used to scoring goals. He's a bench player, so he doesn't get to talk very much. He just felt a little overwhelmed in the moment. That's all it was. That's all it was. Poor fella. Guys, make sure you're hitting like. Make sure you're hitting subscribe. Thank you to Nicholas for $5 over on PayPal. That at least gets us down to 300. Keep it going, guys. Everybody follow Nicholas, and let's keep knocking this thing down. Speaking of Nicholas, I saw him on the golf course this weekend.
Nicholas.
April and I were out golfing, and he came over. He introduced himself. Love the show. Love you. Love the show. And that was very, very cool.
You met Nicholas Gurr?
No. Nicholas first name, Gurr last name, has never. I don't think he's given a dime to this program, or maybe he's given a dime to this program, but he hasn't given us the $3.99 Opie treatment. That's for sure. Which, you know, hey, look.
Hey, man, Opie puts that speck on his name.
That's true. Opie does say his name. Oh God, hold on a second, guys. It is this laryngitis thing. It's going to go away, but until it does. Holy shit. Indus Buzz Biz Diz Buzz says this show is stupid. Golf is stupid. I'm glad Indus Buzz Biz Diz Buzz is back. I like that
one of those points is completely true.
Yes. I like that he has embraced his gimmick as the guy who comes in at least once a show and says this show is stupid. It makes him feel like part of the team. And there's part of me that really, really likes that. All right.
I just love the commitment.
Oh, thank you very much to Matt Fields with 5, Joel with 6. Thank you guys very much. That's going to knock us down another 10. 290 away. There you go, guys. There's 2 more people joining the little rally. Perfect. Everybody get in on it, and we'll get there. Yes, I understand I sound, as Fauci's pangolin says, like dick. I mean, you know what? I'm going to take more than the recommended dosage, Johnny.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to take 3.
He's going fast and loose with drugs, and he has paper tissue tolerance. This is going to be weird.
I'm taking 3 of my meth cough drops to make it work today. Now,
let's get weird.
In fairness, I did last longer today. Yesterday, I started out.
That's what she said.
Shit. I sounded like shit right away yesterday. Today, I've actually gotten to sounding like shit. Matt Field says, here's another $5. Old Mr. Gravelly Tonsil Knocker. Gurgle, 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 awk, awk, awk. And Rostog was $6. He says under 300. Attaboy. We are indeed under 300. We're at 290. Thank you, boys and girls. This, I don't know what it is. I don't know if this is like the Biden, the Hunter and Joe Biden stuff is causing us to like need a lot of distraction stories. Like, I don't know, Donald Trump being indicted or UFOs and aliens and all this shit, these kind of stories out there. But we're seeing more and more alien UFO shit. Now we've got a Pentagon UFO whistleblower claiming that people have been killed by what he calls, quote, non-human intelligences, and says the U.S. government will do anything to protect the secret. His name's David Grush. He served 14 years in the Air Force before going public with these claims. He says the government has been lying for decades about discovering UFOs and extraterrestrial life. Now, I'm always skeptical of guys like this. And I think it's good to be skeptical of guys like this. To be like, okay, you're saying a crazy thing. I'm going to need a little bit of bona fides. I'm going to need like a resume. I'm going to need to know.
I don't know. It makes sense. I mean, Hillary does look like a lizard person.
I'm not saying that I can't justify it in my head. But at the same time, I also like to consider the source. Like that guy who was on Joe Rogan is completely full of shit. Those people that like to say, oh, yeah, that guy's the shit. You got to listen to his secrets. That Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar is a fucking mental patient. And
well, it's really hard to be coherent when every time you start to try and make a point, or more importantly, when someone accurately criticizes you, the government downloads a pain signal into your brain. And you have to go, ah,
right. Every time Bob Lazar gets hung up on like one of his contradictions or anything like that, he's Thanatos from Mr. Nanny, and he goes, oh, good going, Frank. Now I'm getting a migraine. He's Buster Poindexter in fucking Mr. Nanny. He's the best.
It's the brain pain, Doc.
It's the brain pain, Coach.
He's Mama in Waterboy.
He's Mama from the Waterboy. Yeah, Bob Lazar is full of shit. He also, like, people are, you know, the education stuff. He says he was here, he was there, and then there's a bunch of people who are like, he has a friend who's like, yeah, I picked him up and I dropped him off at like a prestigious school, but I never saw him like take classes or anything like that. But Bob Lazar is one of those guys who people have told me like, oh man, Bob Lazar, he told us about all the aliens and he told us about this and he told us about that. And I watched his interview with Rogan, and because I remember Corey wanted me to watch it really bad. He's like, look him up. Bob Lazar is fucking amazing. Okay. I watch him on Rogan and I'm like, Corey, you're a smart guy. You know this guy's full of shit, right? Like every time.
Didn't even Rogan kind of pick up that he was full of shit? Like, no offense, Rogan will go with you on like a tangent. He's willing, you know, he's a guy who's enjoyed some ayahuasca trips, so he's willing to give you a benefit of a doubt for a minute. But if he's calling you on your bullshit.
Yeah, the guy goes in a fucking float tank. I mean, he's willing to entertain some crazy shit. But this Bob Lazar, he would be like, wait a minute, I don't understand. If you were in here and you were working on all this secret stuff, and you're willing to say all of that, why don't you say what the specific things are you were working on? He goes, hold on. You know what he is? He's like a woman lying about being SA'd. You know, like every time their story gets caught up on, she'll go, "Are you saying you don't believe me? Are you saying I'm a liar? I can't with this. I can't handle it anymore." That's him getting hung up on one of his contradictions. He goes, Oh, my brain. Oh, I'm getting such a bad migraine. Hold on, Joe. Here's how I know that Joe Rogan didn't believe what Bob Lazar said. Is that you don't hear Joe Rogan bring up Bob Lazar very much on his show.
He doesn't really talk about him.
No. And he hasn't had him back on. Matt Fields calling him Eliza Bluzar. Yes. But he makes me skeptical of all these other whistleblowers that come out and say, "Oh, yeah, they're hiding the aliens from you." And I'm just like, okay, I need to watch you to make sure. You know, I've been hurt before. I don't want to get hurt again.
Until Tommy Lee Jones and Will Smith tell me it, I'm not going to believe it. I need them to come out and go, look, it's all real.
Exactly. If Tommy Lee Jones would say it, then I believe it. Snookerman says, I went to university in 1994 and I still have evidence. I still remember other students' names. Either Lazar is less organized than me or he is a gay liar. Either way. Yeah. Bob Lazar, they'd ask him about, like, who was your best friend in college and who did you hang out with in college and this and that. He'll go, oh, the migraines are back. It's like, okay, Mr. Lazar. Like, it's so awkward because at one point you're like, Joe, would you ask this guy? Oh, there goes my meth cough drop. He goes, Joe, would you please at least ask this guy why he only seems to get headaches when people are contradicting the shit he says?
The world's most convenient migraines, man. Come on, Joe. Even you can't miss this.
You're right. Stevie J says there are factions within the UFO community. So if you discredit Lazar, they will say he's not their guy anyway. See, and I don't think that's really, I think that's actually pretty smart.
There's factions now? So wait a minute. Is it like Game of Thrones?
Yeah.
Only with aliens?
It's like the NWO. There's a black and white. There's a black and red. The Wolf Pack. You know, it's all very, very complicated. Well, now we've got this new guy, David Grush, who says he was in the Air Force for 14 years, where he was told he said he was told about this alien program by others who were involved. Okay, to me right there, I'm skeptical.
So wait a minute. So you're reporting on a phone tag situation?
Right. Dude, I had a friend in the Air Force who told me that he worked on a thing regarding the aliens. Like, wait. You're saying you and your military buddy were sharing stories and your buddy told you a fantastic story that's hard to quantify, hard to confirm, and hard to deny? No fucking way, bro. All right, let's watch him, Johnny. We'll all watch this guy, and you tell me if this is the UFO guy.
All right, he seems very animated just in this little thing we're seeing in the lead up. So I have trouble believing this is totally real, guys. I'm very yeah, but did you do meth before we started?
The more jumpy they are, the more nervous you get. Let's see if they're going to play an ad first or if they're going to jump right into it. Oh, we're getting an ad. Nelson Lumber.
Design your dream home in another alien galaxy.
Here we go.
If you're telling us the
Labnar
truth,
5.
everyone, the entire American public, has been lied to for decades.
Yeah, there's
Yes, the Biden's a
sophisticated.
Right. If you're saying this, then the American people have been lied to for decades. Dude, British presenter guy, don't worry about it. Totally used to it by now.
There's so many things they've been lied to on.
Yeah.
This isn't even the top 5.
Right. Don't sit here and simp for us, British announcer guy. We know how hard we've been fucked, thank you. Our buttholes are the ones with the stitches in it.
Entire American public has been lied to for decades.
Yeah, there's a sophisticated disinformation campaign targeting the U.S. populace, which is.
I have news for you, sir. It's not that sophisticated.
Is it even trying anymore?
Yeah.
I feel like during the Bush administration, like the Google stuff and everything, I feel like now it's just out in the open. Is it even disinformation?
No, it's fucking Love and Hip Hop and Real Housewives. I mean, it's not that elaborate to trick us.
It's extremely unethical and immoral.
You are saying to the human race, for the first time, an official intelligence representative at a high level from the US government is saying publicly, we are not alone.
We're definitely not alone.
He's not a high-ranking official. He was in the Air Force for 14 years. Yeah, this guy, I'm smelling bullshit. This is the problem with the alien stuff. Everybody who comes out with the alien stuff, you can see that they're working a gimmick for themselves.
We're not alone. No shit. The both of you are in this room right now. We can see you together.
But every single one of these guys who's got an alien theory or who's heard something from someone about aliens, like, I will look, man, I want to believe too. I get it. I want to believe. But I look at these people and I go, you just have such an element of con man huckster to you that it's hard for me to lean in. Either you got a total mental patient grabbing his fucking head every time someone asks him a follow-up question, or you've got a guy like this who's jumping all over the place and going, oh, yeah, I knew a guy when I was in the Air Force for 14 years, and, the government's lying to us. Like, holy shit, no way, bro.
The CIA took me in the basement. They showed me the files. I've seen the bodies, goddammit. It's real, and they're lying to us. I'm sorry, I'm a
right. Alex Jones always sounds more normal than these guys.
If he was saying it now, I'd believe it, because I've learned not to doubt the Jones.
Species of
well, naturally, when you recover something that's either landed or crashed, sometimes you encounter dead pilots. And believe it or not, as fantastical as that sounds, it's true.
Yeah, look at that face. I don't believe this guy for a fucking
I hate someone
minute.
who says it's true while they shake their head. No, believe it or not, it's true.
Yeah, this guy.
That is literally a mixed message.
This is not our guy. If you're looking for the alien guy, folks, keep looking. This is not the guy. This is such a huckster. This is again, the thing that sets off a red flag for me is that it's a buddy of his who was in the program and told him about it. Someone, Jamie Jam and Jesse Ventura voice, I don't believe you. Yeah, what happens when the conspiracy theory guys come up with conspiracies? What do we do with them?
But now I want to believe this guy that this conspiracy thing is all true and they're really lying to us. But then if I go down that road, I'm like, but wait a minute. If that's true, then why haven't they killed you yet? So
right.
If you're going to tell me that this nefarious thing exists, then I'm going to go even further and go, well, that nefarious thing would obviously cut your brake lines before the interview.
Well, and not only that, here's a nerdy way that I discern whether or not someone's lying about like the aliens thing, where they're like, oh, yeah, sometimes there's pilots in the thing. There wouldn't be. There would not be. If aliens from other universes or other solar systems or whatever came to visit our planet, they would not send manned spacecraft for their first contact. Do you know how
they're here for our drone technology? They understand we have it and they don't.
Do you know how
technically
sound these beings would have to be? As if they would spend the time and effort and whatever currency they have sending manned space flights to this faraway land. It's horse shit. It would look like one of the It would look like one of the probes they sent to Hoth.
Like a robot or something like that. Who would do that? We've never done that. We've never sent like robots to other planets.
Right.
Parts of the solar system. We've always sent people.
Exactly.
Eyes and boots on the ground.
Exactly. Whenever we want to go somewhere, we're like, hey, it's a lot cheaper to just send a machine with no people in it. Let's do that, and then it can roll around and investigate and everything else.
And if it breaks, we're out a laptop.
Exactly. The things that we're talking about contacting us, they can travel across systems. And you think that they're going to do manned space flight. Oh. I'm sorry, but this guy isn't the guy either. We have still not found our appropriate alien guy. It's not Bob Lazar. It's not this dude. There's more. We're still waiting for the alien guy. Matt Fields with another $5 says your favorite governor has something for you. Oh, I'm excited to hear this. 285 away from today's goal. Guys, there's the links in the chat if you want to continue on a little bit of a roll here. Let's see if we can continue that roll. 285 away from today's goal. Let's get it under 200 by the end of this hour. Everybody chip in a little bit, and we're going to do it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, or gifted memberships. You can do it. Chris says, to be fair, Adam Conover was Rogan's most full of shit guest. That's true. Adam Conover's appearance on Rogan's show was fucking terrible. But at least every time Joe challenged him, he would come back with some horse shit. Like, I'm not an expert on that, blah, blah, blah. At least he wasn't Bob Lazar and going, owie, my head hurts when you ask me about the aliens and I'm not in charge of the conversation. Ow. All right, let's see everyone's favorite governor. What did he send us? What did Matt Fields send us? Oh, there it is. It's, yes, it's Jesse Ventura. It's just a gif of, or a meme of Jesse Ventura, and it says, I don't believe you. There it is. Let's pop that up. There's Jesse. Oh, yeah, man, I have a friend who was in the Air Force, and he saw aliens. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. But a guy he knew, him and the aliens got it on. Woohoo! No, they didn't.
So just to be clear, you are, for the first time, an actual government intelligence official saying that you have secondhand information of an actual alien being on this planet. It's impressive when you list all the facts. I'm just saying.
And then he just goes, más o menos, a little bit, not a ton, but a little, if you will. Oh my God, this guy Pod Nerd just sent me like 7 or 8 straight DMs on Twitter of shit I'm supposed to be looking at and maybe going over for the show. And it's all just Fighter and the Kid shit. I'm like, oh my God, did I stumble back into 2020? What the fuck happened? Thanks, buddy. I'll check that out later. Matt Field says that Lazar interview pissed me off. He bitched out so hard. That was the only time he pulled that shit. Well, you know, he was having a bad headache day, I suppose. Thank you guys very much. 280 away from nailing today's goal. There's all the links in the chat if you'd like to contribute to what we're doing. I do thank you. Hey, you know, Johnny, a lot of people who are into politics may remember this name. I don't know if you will or not. Do you remember the name Lauren Southern?
No.
Lauren Southern was like a hard right. She kind of came up just before the Trump days. She was.
Okay, face is familiar.
Yeah.
That's her?
Lauren Southern was this super hot chick who would talk about super right-wing stuff. Like, she would get heavy into, like, race, and, like, she was out there with the Stefan Molyneux and people like that. Like, she was, like, banned from different countries in Europe. I believe she was a Canadian chick. And she would do a lot of, like, pretty white girl rabble-rousing.
Can't see that at all from her.
Yeah, about, like, the left and shit. Well, she ran into this problem that a lot of people, like Lauren Southern and others, ran into, and that is once they'd kind of said everything they needed to say, done all the shock jock migrant boat bits that, you know, she could do, there was nowhere really to go, and people lost interest in her, or she lived too much of her life on the internet. People kind of exposed some things about her, the level of autism in that far-right community. They would pick her apart, and she just kind of went, oh, my God. Oh, for my mental health, I need to step away from the internet. Well, then she got married. She had a kid. And you would think, okay, this is Lauren Southern. She's walking away from the internet. She's past that point in her life. She probably made a pretty penny. And she's going to head out. Well, Lauren Southern resurfaced last week with like a whole fucking book on Twitter about what she's been through since she's walked away. You know how I tell people when it comes to politics, stop idolizing people, stop worshiping people, stop thinking these people walk on water. Lauren Southern is a great example of why you don't do it. These people are not only genuinely monumentally flawed, they're usually way more fucking psychotic than you are. Anybody who looks up to Lauren Southern and goes, oh yeah, I really idolize her. Don't. You have your shit together way more than Lauren Southern does.
A common thing, or if it's just something I feel like is becoming more common, but I just kind of feel like anyone that wants to be in charge is a huge piece of shit. Like, anyone's like, you know what? I want to tell everyone how things should work and the ways that, yeah, you're probably a huge piece of shit.
And Johnny, I don't mean to say that Lauren Southern became a stereotype, but she was a pretty white girl who went far right wing on YouTube, got married, had a kid, had mental health troubles, ran off a husband, and is now penniless and raising her child alone. Again, I'm not saying that Lauren Southern became a stereotype. I'm just saying that things seem to work out a certain way. It's all these people who tell you how you should live your life, because she's like, oh, I need to find a man and become a mom, and this is the way women should do it, and feminism is awful, and blah, blah, blah. And I may agree with her on all those points, but she was one of those people that shoved that shit down people's throats. And then what happens? She ends up a fucking statistic. She ends up a data point. She ends up a stereotype. Oh, I have to walk away from my mental health. Oh, my husband left me. Oh, he's a bad guy. Oh, I have to now raise this child all by myself. I mean,
So you're saying she's single. All right.
Yeah, she kind of became the thing she railed against.
I can fix her, and it'll only take a rail.
The social media influencer has been involved in a number of controversies, and her actions have been publicly scrutinized by different governments, which she has addressed in her lengthy Twitter post. However, her intention with the recent tweet and the video on YouTube detailing the same wasn't to slander anyone, but only to get things off her chest and let people know influencers don't have it as easy as many assume. Now, the story of what happened with her husband is fucking insane. And we're only getting Lauren Southern's side of it. So I don't know. Let me pull up the video and show you guys.
I'm sure she wouldn't lie.
Well, the thing about, here it is, the last 5 years. Oh my God, it's an hour and 12 minutes long. Can somebody get me? I got to find a news thing that has clips of this, because
you got to break this down.
She goes on for an hour and 12 minutes about her life. Lauren Southern, last 5 years. We're going to maybe take a look at maybe a different clip of this.
Should have sent it to me last night. I would have broken it all down.
Yeah, here we go. We got some parts of it here. So she talked about her husband, and apparently her husband, she claims, was a Fed. Australian Fed. And again, this is just her side of the story, so you're going to have to take this all with a grain of salt. She claims that she fell in love with this guy. He was great. She knew he was a Fed. But what ended up happening was being married to Lauren Southern limited his career, and that he couldn't advance if he was married to Lauren Southern. They had a kid together, but he had to leave her and the kid because he chose his career over her and decided that, well, you're Lauren Southern and you're kind of crazy and you're a political activist and they won't move me up in the bureau or whatever the fuck it is. If I'm married to you,
because it's such a bastion of of truth and honesty. They wouldn't do something like that. I mean, these are the people that keep an eye on the wheels of power. They don't serve the administrations. They hold them to account.
She says her life has been utterly batshit insane for the last 4 to 5 years. She then goes on to talk about her relationship with her husband, who she met when she was on a hiatus from YouTube. The kind of work she did was apparently outside his purview. So he was a Fed, but he wasn't working on Lauren Southern type shit. He wasn't working on right-wing grifting Canadian YouTubers, which is a very specific frame of reference for them. Lauren claims her unidentified husband worked for the Feds and led a James Bond lifestyle. Honey, he was cheating on you all the time and lying about what he did. Oh, yeah, he was disarming bombs and he was, disabling global plots to take over the world and drinking martinis. But owing to his association with her, his security clearance was downgraded and his access to certain jobs and promotions became limited. Now, far be it for me to say that a pretty blonde single mom from Canada is maybe lying to make herself look better or to excuse away her failures. I'm going to go ahead and say that maybe this guy's job as a Fed was never that high level of a thing, and he just didn't advance very far in his work, and blaming her just seemed convenient.
I'm wondering if that even happened in terms of the blaming her for that.
Right.
I feel like it's really easy for her to go, oh, you're just giving up me for your career, because he literally got so sick of her. He's like, fuck it, I will work extra hours. Just don't make me go home.
Well, and to bring up the grifting part of this, how about the fact that this chick was like, oh, the feds are terrible and there's a conspiracy and, you know, the establishment wants us dead and they're awful and this and that. And then she goes and marries a Fed. Then don't marry one. That's the thing. You took all these people's money for all these years thinking you were fighting this fight only to go and marry a Fed. If you actually believe, this would be like Alex Jones marrying a CIA agent. If he did that, it would mean everything he said before was bullshit. Because that person's very existence is an affront to everything Alex Jones believes in. You wouldn't marry that. I married him because I was in love and we shared the same values. Catholic, conservative, with aspirations towards marriage and family. That's all it takes. Not even taste in movies, favorite music, hobbies.
He had a giant black cock.
Well, I mean, why didn't you say so? Yum,
that was
yum.
a signing bonus.
Yeah, exactly. However, cracks began to appear in their marriage when they settled into a mundane routine, Southern said, with her husband losing his high-level position in his job because he was married to Lauren Southern. She claims he took out his resentment on her and eventually proposed divorce. And again, I've got a grifty single mom telling me this. I bet if we found this guy and we asked him what happened, we would get a far different story. Because one thing I know about single moms, it was never their fault. They are always the victim, and the other guy's a gaslighter and problematic, and he's a terrible guy.
So it just seems weird. I'm not getting any more promotions. Yeah, you know that relationship you were in and that marriage you had and you told everyone around the office? Yeah, we just finally found out that the wife who you kept saying was Lauren Southern is actually, you know, Lauren Southern. So we gotta hold you accountable here. Sorry.
She wrote...
they knew who she was beforehand.
Right. They knew who she was. It's not like this was a new thing. You know, one thing that intelligence agencies keep up on is the private lives of their agents. She wrote, his final one being my ADHD. When I say there was no deeper complaint, I mean it. It was always very vague, with all who heard it equally perplexed by what steps could be taken. Oh, yeah, all my friends and family that I talked to said that I'm in the right, too, and that he's crazy. When I told them exactly what I wanted them to hear, they were all totally on my side. Dude, Lauren Southern is sounding textbook as fuck. And by the way, it probably wasn't ADHD. It was probably depression. I've never heard a guy say, oh, yeah, man, too much ADHD for me. I had to get out of there. I mean,
look, I talked to all the simps that continually follow me and support me, and they said I did nothing wrong.
Right. I told all my friends and family members the story exactly how I wanted them to hear it, and they were all very confused at what a psycho lunatic he was. Right. I suppose if you don't wish to stay married, picking something someone cannot change about themselves is a surefire way to do it, Lauren. Now, Lauren, Miss Southern, I have read some clips of your entire 1-minute rant, and I'm already exhausted by you. I can't imagine being married to you, having a child with you, and everything else. Now, she claims that he left them high and dry, Johnny, and she's been living in a cabin in a trailer park.
Down by the river since this guy left. She put a 1-hour video on YouTube about it. Am I the only one smelling grift here? Does she ask for support? I mean, does strong, independent, conservative values woman who doesn't believe the government should be giving handouts to these immigrants who don't deserve anything, people should pull themselves up by their bootstraps? Venmo link at the bottom if you could help out. It'd be great. And
I just love that, like, you look back years later at these people that you watched on YouTube and you go, oh, yeah, I really love her. Lauren Southern's great. She's really fighting for us. And then you find out she's just like everybody else. She's nuts. She doesn't have her shit together. Here's your first warning sign. She had to take a break from YouTube for her mental health. Bitch, you went and like harassed migrant boats that were coming from like Libya to Italy. You would go out on boats and like try to board theirs and harass their boats. And you're sitting here going, oh yeah, just my mental health is so bad from me harassing migrants in the Mediterranean Sea. Oh my God.
My fists are so sore from punching all these people in the face. I have to take a break from my health.
I really am a victim. Lauren Southern. Look, man, if you were a Lauren Southern fan back in the day, I'm not saying you're a piece of shit and whatever. I'm just saying next time, pick your heroes carefully and don't worship any YouTube political people because chances are they're insane. In fact, all of the women from that Rebel media were nuts. Faith Goldie was insane. Lauren Southern's crazy. They all end up walking away because they need mental health help. And then they go get husbands and have kids. And then they run them off and then talk about how, I bet you her next grift is that she becomes progressive. She's like, I've realized that the dream of having a man and a child is not the only way a woman can be fulfilled. And that, we need to open our minds and hearts to different ideas. And I bet you that's coming.
I'll respect it if these people are honest and they just come out and they say, hey, look, I'm a lady, fucking nuts. And I'll be like, all right, I got it. And agreed. We're good.
King of all diff says, sometimes I really hate Erin. She's not a hero and nobody worships her. Dude, about 6-7 years ago, there were people who thought Lauren Southern, oh yeah, she's really fighting for the West. Oh man, she is. She made some South Africa documentary.
Africa, brave Africa.
Yeah, and like about, the farmers and stuff like that. And I don't know, I've never seen it, but like for her to end up the way she's ended up, it's like it's a little too perfect. It's a little too like all the people who watch this shit and go, something ain't right with these people. This is their I called it moment. Matt Field says, she got ran through by blacked pigeon speed. Jesus. And every African she talked to in South Africa. People have been saying in the chat that her husband was black and all that stuff. And I don't know. It is kind of funny because if you looked at the way she felt.
Making a joke. I had no idea.
I don't know either. So I can't comment and all that. But the whole thing is just the whole Lauren Southern arc. The fact that it ended in a cabin in a trailer park with her as a single mom getting left by her fed husband is a little too on the nose. Thank you, Bobby, for the $5 over on PayPal. We appreciate it. $275 away from today's goal. Thank you very, very much. If you guys want to contribute, please do. Let's get that under 200 by the top of the hour. Everybody get a little generous. Let's go on a rally. You guys have got it. $275 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Link is in the chat right now. It's also pinned to the top of the page. $275. If we hit that goal, we add 30 minutes onto the rest of the show and do overtime. All right, continuing on. We'll stay kind of in this sphere, if you will. Did you see what happened in Disney over the weekend with the Nazis and the swastikas and everything else? Allegedly, there were Nazis demonstrating outside the gates of Disney over the weekend.
It's a small Auschwitz after all.
I saw the pictures of this on Twitter for a little bit, and then I had a hard time finding any pictures. And I'm sorry, but the pictures I saw, there were giant Nazi flags that people were carrying. There were about a dozen or so people outside the entrance to Disney. And wouldn't you know it, Johnny, every single person who was there holding a Nazi flag was wearing a mask over their face. Like a balaclava.
It's interesting.
Wild. And one person on Twitter wrote, why won't these cowards take their masks off? And I just responded back to them. I'm like, because you'll be able to see that they work for the FBI. I'm sorry. I don't care how many crazies we have out there. Nobody is bringing their swastika flag randomly to the entrance of Disney with 11 of their friends. First of all, nobody with a Nazi flag has 11 friends. They're not bringing 11 of their friends flying Nazi flags outside Disney and going, yeah, this is a good idea. This is how we'll protest injustice. It's one. I'm sorry to be so jaded, but it's 100% a fucking Fed operation.
Mr. Tibbs, here's your new field kit. You'll notice it's pretty much the standard affair. However, we have swapped out one thing. The drop gun has now been replaced with a drop flag. We are now no longer accusing people of having firearms. They're just they're all Nazis. What if they're not white? Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if the guy is an India guy from the middle of the country. He had a Nazi flag. He's a Nazi.
And also, it's right after Ron DeSantis announces he's running for president. They got to. And then I knew it was horseshit when right away when the news started reporting this happening, it was, in the state that Ron DeSantis is the governor of, here's Nazis outside of Disney. And Ron DeSantis has been fighting with Disney, and these people are clearly on his side of the matter. It's like, oh, okay. I see what we're doing.
And then we have all these other people that are literally going out and just like, and Ron DeSantis is the leader of the KKK of Florida. And it's just like, okay, just because you don't like him and you don't like his policies or his politics, he's automatically the leader of the KKK.
Oh, yeah, that actress at the Tony Awards.
Yeah.
Who was, called him the Grand Wizard of Florida.
Yeah, and nobody held. By the way, that kind of accusation leveled against like Biden or Barack Obama or anything like that, and you'd be dragged out like, this person is so insensitive. This is a politician who's running for president. Where is your decency and your decorum? Like, yeah, but Ron DeSantis is the leader of the KKK because he doesn't want you teaching sex in schools.
Over a dozen far-right demonstrators, including many waving swastikas and some hoisting signs promoting Governor Ron DeSantis' presidential campaign, gathered outside the Disney entrance Saturday, a spectacle that quickly attracted viral attention and social media, almost like it was designed to. I mean, I'm sorry. I can't see all of the Fed shit that I've seen in the last few years and believe that all of this shit is on the up and up. I can't.
What are you saying, man? Are you saying that the current administration is somehow using the Department of Justice as its own personal vindication squad to like hold people accountable for crimes they regularly commit or ignore crimes that they're actively committing or somehow use their agents to make the opposing political side look somehow treasonous or insurrectionist? I can't believe that's not the America we're in. All right.
According to the Orange County Sheriff's Office, which responded to the incident, around 15 individuals were involved in the 2-hour demonstration. They stayed out there for 2 hours, just enough time for people to get pictures, just enough time for those pictures to get out there, just enough time for the cops to come by. It was perfect. And again,
one thing I've learned from MAGA rallies is that a lot of these crazy right-wing people, they don't want their faces taken. They don't want to do interviews. They don't want to explain to you how Joe Biden has been dead and there's different people subbing in for him, including Jim Carrey. Personally, I think whenever he trips, that's Jim Carrey, being a funny guy.
Oh, a pratfall. That's fun. But I'm sorry. Yeah, the mask thing. When they're wearing the masks and then when they get arrested, the cops keep the masks on them because that's something that cops always do.
Well, they wouldn't want to, those people are just identifying as faceless assailants. They don't want to ruin their gender identity.
Yeah.
Yeah, gender identity. Yeah,
in an unsigned statement, a sheriff's office spokesperson said the agency deplores hate speech in any form. But people have the First Amendment right to demonstrate. I mean, the fact that I'm reading this article and we've got Nazi, we've got swastika, we've got DeSantis, we've got all that. I mean, it seems like that did what it was supposed to do. And again, I hate to do the Jesse Ventura thing, but I don't believe you.
Yeah, I don't believe it at all. There's no way that was a real group of people with those opinions and those viewpoints, and they wanted to be seen, but none of them wanted to talk. None of them wanted to show their face. None of them wanted to actually be held accountable. They just want to sit here and go, we love DeSantis and Nazi flags because this will totally help the person we believe in.
Right. Helgi said the flags had fold creases like they were just opened for the first time. Yeah, I think that was the guy who crashed his van into the White House lawn, and he had a swastika on him, and he was an Indian dude. And when the authorities held up the flag, it still had the little squares in it from where it had been folded.
It's just, at this point, you guys don't even put any effort into the line.
Jamie Jam says an unsigned statement from an unofficial police source X to doubt. Yeah, there's no name behind the spokesperson. It's an unsigned statement. All the people with the Nazi flags had masks on their face. And you know what's crazy is people in this country believe it. Like the
only one who wasn't wearing a mask was Ray Epps, but he was just an innocent bystander caught up in the flurry of it all. He was saying, no, don't run around with these Nazi flags, but I'm going to stand right here.
Eric Adams says, oh, you know what? We were wrong, Johnny. Eric Adams can confirm it was actually an Azov battalion.
Oh, it was? Okay. Oh, they were just visiting from Ukraine.
That's all it was.
Of America. Hi. Whoa.
See, now it makes sense. The Azov battalion was there going on a few rides while they had 2 weeks leave from the front lines.
See, that's why I don't believe this thing. That's why it's a setup. You're telling me the Nazis aren't supporting Biden? He's the one who's paying them.
Right. Exactly. They'll go where the money is. So, as far as I'm sorry, but I see like Nazi regalia and stuff in a protest and a guy wearing a mask. I'm sorry, it glows in the dark to me.
Yeah, I treat it as the same way as, and in this story, can you believe this? At this middle school with only like 3 black people, there was a horribly offensive N-word scrolled in the bathroom. And we go now live to the assailant. Oh, one of the people who claimed, well, I'm just drawing attention to the horrible racism. Yeah, the racism you did.
Yeah. Wait, you spray painted this on your own bathroom wall? Yeah. Why? So I could raise awareness about the racism that's happening in the bathroom. But you created the racism. Yeah. What? But I... All right, guys. 275. I think 270 away from nailing it today. Hobo chili recipe with $4.99 says, I love how this group also has brand spanking new 511 tactical gear with creases straight out of the quartermaster's office in federal provisions. Yeah, that's the other thing, too. It's perfect. I mean, it's a little too perfect, if you ask me. 270 away from knocking it out today. Thank you, guys. Keep that rally going. Keep hitting the thumbs up button. Keep subscribing to the channel. Let's pump those numbers up. Pump them up. Jamie Jam says Azov Battalion was there to pick up the billions of dollars from Hunter Biden. Well, yeah, I mean, you gotta make sure that money is safe, you know.
I feel like that would be a fun way to combat this story. Like, because I'm sorry, it just seems like an obvious setup with the whole linking it to DeSantis things. Be like, and in other news, a visiting regiment of the Azov Battalion from Ukraine was found at Disneyland. Whoa! We're not saying that. What? I'm just saying if they're Nazis, I mean, odds are good.
It's a good chance it's the Azov Battalion. Congratulations to the Denver Nuggets. They won the NBA Finals last night. But before they locked down the series and won it 4-1. Conor McGregor did a little performance at halftime for the Miami Heat.
Amazing
fans.
actor. I love that guy. All of his movies.
Well, Conor McGregor was supposed to do like some kind of a thing with the Miami Heat's mascot, Bernie. It was supposed, Bernie came out in boxing gloves. Conor McGregor was going to do a fun bit with him.
They're coming after. We have to make the 1% pay, and no matter what, we have to.
No. I'm sorry. No, not that Bernie. No, it was not that Bernie. It was Burnie. Heat Bernie. No, it was not Bernie Sanders.
I'm a huge fan of the Miami Heat. I can't go down there because it's too warm and I sweat. But if I could, I would. The Miami Heat is awesome.
Again, Conor McGregor was not doing a performance piece with Bernie Sanders, but you're right. I should have specified. Well, they were going to do a bit where Conor McGregor quote unquote punches the mascot.
As we all want to.
Yes. The problem is Conor McGregor is a drunken Irish mess of an asshole, and he of course went way too far, and he ended up hospitalizing the mascot.
You mean the guy who kind of fires from the hip, drinks a lot, and was, correct me, wasn't he like a heavyweight champion?
No, he was a featherweight and lightweight champion. And he fought
featherweight
in
and lightweight.
Yeah.
Either way, champion in his division. I'm sure he's got a whole shitload of restraint. He can get it right up to your face and stop in that eighth of an inch, and you just feel the air.
The fighter sent him to the ground with a punch that left Bernie motionless. But McGregor took things a step further and hit the mascot again. The second punch sent the mascot kicking his feet and rolling in agony as his handlers checked in on him, and McGregor winced in self-awareness of his actions. That sent the man inside the costume to the hospital. But according to Heat head coach Eric Spoelstra, the worker will be able to return soon. I mean, next season, you lost 4-1.
Look, it's the rule of the ring. You don't stop the fight. They stop you when you stop the fight.
Yes. Conor had a moment where he was back in the UFC. He had a flashback, and he just ended up following up his knockdown punch. And he goes, well, I got to hammer fist him now until they stop the fight. Let's go ahead and watch this. Conor McGregor at halftime.
It was Herb Dean.
Yeah, Herb Dean should have been there to stop the damn thing. First of all, you don't need to hit him that hard.
He hooked it so hard. I feel like if he had just put it all in going sideways instead of straight on, the head would have spun like a fucking bit. Just
yeah, like he had a fun whirly hat on, just spinning around in circles. I mean, when you tell Conor McGregor you need him to come in and throw a punch at the mascot, this is kind of the Heat's fault. You have to be very, very clear with him. Conor, it's a pulled punch. It's a gimmicked punch. We're not actually going to hit the mascot. Well, that wasn't the worst part of it. It was the second punch that apparently sent the mascot to the hospital.
His legs just went up on their own. Heels to Jesus.
I have one question to Conor McGregor. Why? Why? You know it was a gimmick. You know that the mascot was not a threat to you. You know he wasn't going to kick the shit out of you. You knew it was a performance. Why are we swinging so hard? What's the purpose behind this? Other than...
Last thing to go is the power, dude.
Right. Other than CTE and brain damage and you having a flashback, I don't really know what this could have been.
Oh, get him with your pain spray, because that's what this was all for, was to schlep the pain spray.
Ooh. He fucking drilled him.
At least I can say I took Conor McGregor at his best, and all I did was lay there.
And go to the hospital and get released later. And people, some people said, oh, it was a work. You can't say that the mascot went to the hospital. You can't book him into the hospital on a work. You can get in serious trouble for that. But you guys brought Conor McGregor in. Conor McGregor has never been known to be, a guy who's in control of his faculties and a guy who, is very calm and, does a good work and everything. He's known as the whole gimmick behind Conor McGregor, the whole thing that makes people love him, is he's a bit of a loose cannon.
Kind of, I don't know, doesn't follow the rules.
Right. I mean, the first shot, you could argue he got a lot of costume. And you're like, all right, that's enough. That's good. That second one, though, that was just a downward fist right into that poor guy's fucking face.
And unfortunately for Conor, he doesn't understand how much of that costume is padding or where it has give points. They didn't rehearse this. He didn't show up like, all right, so I'm going to throw and you're going to draw. No. He just went out there. I'll deck him.
Yeah. I mean, here's a big difference. You know who would have done the gimmicked punch and done a good job and they would have had a fun show at halftime and blah, blah, blah?
Brendan
Mayweather.
Schaub.
Oh, Brendan Schaub. Floyd Mayweather. You could have got Floyd to go in and throw a soft punch and then the mascot goes down and then, get it? Or or Tyson Fury or somebody like that. Conor's one of those guys where, like, he probably had brain damage before he started fighting. And then you're going to throw a few hundred punches or a few thousand punches on top of that. I don't really know if he's, Showtime guy. Yeah, people saying Jake Paul, Mike Tyson. Tyson's a guy who would have pulled a punch great for that. I mean, this is how insane Conor McGregor has become. We're now looking at Mike Tyson as an example of a professional that the Heat could have worked with to make this go off a little smoother.
Get him, Unk.
Get him, Unk. So Conor McGregor, you got to give him this, though. I think it's the first knockout he's had in like 7 years.
It just feels good to get that win, get that stride back.
That's exactly what it is. Conor was just happy to get a W back on his record. He didn't give a shit if it was a mascot.
He's going to announce that he's going back at it again, going to try and climb all the way back up the hill after his big win over the mascot.
Yes. All right, I've got my stepping stone tune-up fight out of the way. Now I'm ready to fight Poirier again. Jamie Jam says, Mike Tyson, the voice of reason. Yeah. So, Conor McGregor fucking decking a mascot. It's like two on brand. There's sometimes where you talk about someone, you go, oh, yeah, they beat the shit out of a mascot and sent him to the hospital. And you go, what? I don't believe that. Show me the video. But if you go, oh, yeah, did you hear Conor McGregor beat the shit out of a mascot and sent him to the hospital? You go, yeah. I mean,
no, I didn't, but I totally believe that it happened. Can I see the video?
Yeah, I don't disbelieve you for 1 second. Johnny, you remember we went over that Alex Stein, Brittany Griner airport confrontation thing? That was
where he got manhandled by her security and wrestled to the ground and just victimized.
Yeah, he really
poor Alex.
Yeah, he really did.
Enjoyed it.
He really did take a whooping from that 5'9" security guard. Well, this got to be such a big story that the WNBA actually released a press release about the incident. Alex Stein went to the airport, yelled at Brittany Griner, like, Brittany, do you still hate America? Brittany, what do you think of the angel of death or the merchant of death or whatever that we traded you for? And like it was like a 30-second harassment, and then it was over. Well, the WNBA released a statement about the Dallas airport incident, saying, quote, the safety of Brittany Griner and all WNBA players is our top priority. As we gather additional information about today's incident at the Dallas airport, it has come to our attention that this was orchestrated by a social media figure and provocateur. His actions were inappropriate and unwarranted.
So were our government's actions.
So were Russia's actions. It was terrible. As we gather additional information about today's incident at the Dallas airport. Oh, I'm sorry. The next part is, prior to the season, the WNBA worked together with the Phoenix Mercury and Brittany Griner's team to ensure her safety during her travel, which included charter flights for WNBA games and assigned security personnel for her at all times. We remain steadfastly committed to the highest standards of security for players. Most people don't need a security detail when they play in the WNBA because people can't pick WNBA players out of a fucking lineup.
And the worst part is Brittany Griner, I, despite being one of the most popular WNBA players because of all the controversy and stuff, I don't think anyone could pick her out of a lineup either.
Right. Isn't it funny that all female athletes, the ones that are really well known, unless they're UFC fighters or whatever, they're not really known for the thing they do in their sport.
Someone showed me a picture of her and I was just like, oh, wait, is this a clip from Juwanna Mann? Oh, nope. Never mind. Never mind.
Oh, is this a weird trans Pride Month thing? I don't really understand what's going on here. But Megan Rapinoe, Megan Rapinoe isn't known for how good of a soccer player she is. Megan Rapinoe is known for mouthing off about Trump and being super political and all that other stuff. Leah Thomas isn't known for being a really good swimmer. Leah Thomas is known as the guy who became a woman and went and swam against the girls. So,
well, I guess technically Leah Thomas would argue she is known as being a good swimmer because as soon as she competed in a class that had no chance against her, she was knocking those bitches out left, right, and sideways.
Beat the living fuck out of them for sure. So yeah, I just the fact that Alex Stein being a weirdo at the airport has now got him a press release from the WNBA. If you think that's going to be seen as a victory for the WNBA, or you think that's not going to, if you think that's going to discourage Alex Stein from doing this more, I don't think you know how.
Let me put it this way: he's framing that cease and desist as we speak.
Exactly. Matt Melt with $4.99 says, "Great, now the men's league has to foot the bill for more security." That's the other thing. The NBA pays for all the WNBA's shit. Like the WNBA,
because these strong, independent women don't need no man.
Exactly. They are independent women. They're fierce. They're bad bitches. 265 away from today's goal. Let's make a move on that. We're halfway through today's show, and we're about $60. If I think $50 into today's goal. 265 away. We need to hit that to keep the show going. And to get to overtime. So Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and memberships, if you could get us through to see the other end of that goal, we sure would be grateful. Let me open up the 7 o'clock hour stories. Thank you for bearing with us this first part of the week. As I'm suffering from laryngitis, I'm sorry to talk through cough drops. I know that's very distracting. I hate it too, having to talk through these, but I'm doing everything I can to keep my my throat operable, if you will, and keep the show on the air. That's all, guys.
Right now it's gone.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Gone existed. Eric Nagel sent me an email of the Google Drive that has all of our Compound episodes in it, or at least Compound episodes that Compound is now going to allow us to put on our YouTube channel. The only problem is I'm going to have to go back and watch some of them
to make sure they're safe.
Because I think we did some vaccine shit on one of them.
No. Who'd have a problem with that, though? It's not like you said anything that was untrue.
I gotta go take a look at those and see what we can put up and see what we can't put up. And we'll put those up as well. Hey, also, I started putting up shorts. I have a question for you. I cut up these shorts yesterday, and when I saved them vertically, because you have to save them vertically, they saved really shitty, like I filmed it the wrong way on a phone, and the video is in the middle part with huge black bars on either side. Do I need to, when I save it YouTube vertical, like 16:9 or 9:16 or whatever it is, do I have to, is it that aspect ratio? Is that what I fucked up?
I'm pretty sure, but again, it might be the kind of thing where if you're putting it up as like a widescreen kind of thing, it's going to put that in there automatically and put the black bars. You're going to have to crop the sides out to make it a vertical video. I can send you like links. Do you watch anybody's shorts at all?
I've watched Zen Rhino's shorts. Here's what else I don't get. So Zen Rhino will do a short of us talking about something on the show, and it'll get like 2,000 views. Right. And it's from Zen Rhino's channel, which doesn't have near as many subscribers or anything else as ours does. I put our short up there. It's got like 100 views. It's got like no views. It's got dog shit. So I don't know how to get them seen.
It's linking into algorithms and things like that with your hashtags and stuff. And then the thing with shorts is they'll line them up on your YouTube page. So you can people like myself will go through just shorts wormholes, because you put one up on your screen. If you have it on your computer, you scroll down, it'll just have another short similar or just in the same kind of thing. You can end up watching a whole lot of shit really easy. And then there's just some great people on there.
If you film horizontal and it captures portrait, I think you fucked up life, to be honest. Well, there you go. Then I fucked up life. I think, because like I saved it at like YouTube 16:9. If I change that up, maybe I can get it to go full screen. I don't know. Let's continue with our program today. 265 away from that goal. Let's get a rally going. Let's get that down and make it a little comfortable so I don't get leany on the begginess during today's show. $265 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. Keep this show going. Keep Steel Toe on the air. We do appreciate it. Johnny, have you ever heard the term urban doom loop?
No.
Urban doom loop is something that I was just introduced to yesterday. Is if you didn't think things were bad enough in New York City, they've now created a term called urban doom loop and says that New York City is poised to plunge into it. New York City is about to be in what's called an urban doom loop due to work from home arrangements resulting from pandemic policies. So, we said during the pandemic, we were like, we won't know how really bad all this shit was for years and years. Like our response to COVID and how fucked up it was and how badly we screwed people up. We won't know for a long, long time. We're starting to figure it out. Kids falling behind in schools, people with addiction problems, people having a hard time reintegrating into society. And now something called urban doom loop, which I'm not a doctor. I'm not a sociologist. I'm none of these things. However, urban doom loop does not sound like something I'd like to be part of.
Unless it's part of the video game Doom, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, maybe it's just a repetitious way of playing the video game Doom. Although, Johnny, in this quote, Doom is lowercase. So,
oh shit.
So now what happened is work from home and empty offices are leading to doom loop for New York City. There's a cycle that says more employees work from home. Commercial leases aren't renewed. Property values plummet. Property taxes fall, hitting the city budget. City raises taxes in other ways, hitting residents. Higher costs make cities less attractive places to live, and more employees work from home. So now they're basically saying that New York set in motion during the pandemic this tidal wave of we're fucked, and it's just going to keep repeating itself. Because as you have all of this office space, as you have all these skyscrapers and floors upon floors stay vacant because these companies learned during the pandemic, oh shit, I don't need all this office space. I don't
need this overhead cost.
Right.
Electric, water, utilities. I don't need that space at all.
I mean, I can just pay for my employees' internet, and it's a fuckload of a lot cheaper than renting office space in Manhattan. So,
and everyone stopped complaining about Gary from the mailroom and his inability to shower.
Right. So I'm not going to renew my lease. So then the company that owns the building goes, oh, fuck, we got to fill these offices. But the problem is nobody really feels like filling them because more of their employees are working from home. So they're not getting as much property tax revenue. The city's like, shit, we spend a fortune. We can't just cut spending, can we? Oh, no, that would be preposterous. Let's raise taxes on everybody. New York already taxed to shit. New Yorkers decide, well, I'm going to Florida just like my friends did. I'm getting the fuck out of here. They go to another state. That's less employees working in offices. More offices decide that they don't need to renew their lease. And on we go until we see basically ivy cling all over the skyscrapers that once inhabited New York City.
Can't we just turn all those office spaces into like apartments and stuff for people to live?
I mean, it doesn't seem that way.
It seems like that would solve the problem. There's more places to live. Rent prices come down because of options and availability. These buildings are getting used again. They're generating revenue. Everyone wins.
Kotod says, except when the fuck do property taxes ever go down? Well, property taxes technically go down. It's not really property taxes go down. The value of the homes go down. The market crashes. And that's when your property taxes go down. Is when
because it's not worth as much anymore.
The market collapses. The value of your home is far less than it used to be. But hey, congratulations. You're not paying as much in taxes.
But it's exactly the same house. Yeah, but we fucked up so much shit now, it's worth less.
So now do you understand urban doom loop?
Oh God! If it wasn't something that they instituted themselves, I'd almost feel bad about it. But again, I feel like the problem is what now? You guys just don't have as much money. Yeah, but how are we going to pay for all these homeless people and the programs we run if we can't get money?
Right. Yeah, the problem with making them apartments, Johnny, is a lot of those businesses have probably been zoned as commercial.
Yeah.
So you can't let people live
again,
there.
that's kind of part of the problem. That's what and I don't think that was a thing. Like the citizens were like, how about we have a strict like limit? Like if this is commercial, it can't go back to being residential. We can't switch it. No, we're going to do that because it won't ever bite us in the
You're
end.
saying that government regulation is getting in the way of trying to solve very easy problems?
Mm-hmm.
How fucking
like
you.
repurposing an open space for people to live in. But fortunately, in this country, we don't have any shortage. We don't have any sort of shortage with housing or we don't have any group of people we need to find massive amounts of space for. Let's just throw the immigrants in the skyscrapers.
That's oh my God, yes, you figured it out. Eric Adams is talking about putting immigrants in private houses, having people rent rooms to immigrants.
Which I'm going to sign up for that as long as there's a good vetting process because, dude, dishes, lawn care, it's so easy. And you're getting paid. I mean, tickle me with a feather.
Yeah. I mean, every time there's a hailstorm, you don't need to call a roofing company. Just take it off.
He's already up there doing it. I didn't even say anything.
Yeah, I didn't even ask him. I don't know where he got the shingles, but hey, who am I to complain? Well, New York City has, all these hotels that are being taken up. Yeah, why not just take those office buildings? Because aren't hotels complaining that like migrants are getting shit-faced and getting in fights and stuff anyway? There goes my cough drop.
Yeah.
So
I mean, if
you put them in a skyscraper or a high rise, there's less chances that they get down onto the street and start doing their bullshit. So put them up in a skyscraper, like you said, migrant problem solved.
Yeah. I mean, you slept on a train to get here. Hunkering down in a cubicle doesn't sound like too much of an ask.
No. I think we figured it out. Again, it's only funny, like you said, because it's 100% what they did to themselves. They all thought lockdowns were so great, and the lockdowns saved lives, and the lockdowns did all this great stuff. All these politicians told us how wonderful of a thing it was, and now all these politicians are finding out that they put themselves into something called an urban doom loop. By the way, Doom Loop's one of my favorite cereals growing up. I'm sorry to see them get such a negative connotation.
Sugar frosted Doom Loops.
Oh, so good. Bad for your teeth, great for your soul. Cerberus with $5 super chat says 916 is vertical, 16:9 is horizontal. If you need some editing tips, just let me know. I've done some shorts and TikTok edits for friends. Oh, well, thank you, buddy. I will need some help because I fucking suck at making shorts. Brandon says, I was thinking we should toss all the mentally ill and homeless on an island somewhere and drop MREs every couple of months. Hey, Brandon, you keep those big-brained ideas coming. Maybe someday we'll be able to execute a few of them. MREs, pretty simple. You got to drop some water bottles and some MREs. Those guys will be eaten. I mean, I don't necessarily hate the idea. Let's move on to something a little more jolly than an urban doom loop. Let's go to Yankees baseball, and more specifically, their radio announcer, John Sterling. Now, if you guys don't know who John Sterling is, he's been the Yankees announcer for decades. He's been around a long time. And, with technology changing the way it is, the Yankees radio network, WFAN, now has what they call a Sterling cam. So you can watch video of this old man call a baseball game, and I tell you what, I can't think of anything more exciting than an elderly man sitting in front of a microphone calling balls and strikes and ground ball outs. I've done baseball play-by-play in my radio career.
Bragging asshole.
Yeah, I can tell you, not the most exciting thing to listen to, but even then, not the most exciting thing to watch because remember, you're not watching the game. You're just watching the face of the announcer call the game. You're watching a guy watch a game. But there was an exciting moment on the Sterling cam when a Yankee hit a foul ball.
Sterling Archer?
Late in the game. Here is John Sterling calling the Yankees game. And by the way, if you guys have never seen John Sterling's call when the Yankees win a game, it is one of the most embarrassing, schlocky radio things ever. But I can tell you, sports broadcasters think this guy walks on water. They think this guy is a god. He should be mimicked. He's one of the greatest play-by-play guys of all time. You're going to get to see his fucking Yankees celebration call when they win a game.
He looks like dime store Christopher Walken. Just going to say.
He does. There's a little Christopher Walken in there. But let's watch John Sterling deal with some foul ball troubles at the Yankee game.
And now the 3-2 swung on, a pop foul back here.
Ow! Ow! It bounced on the desk and hit the old fuck right in the face. And old people bruise like prunes, too. I mean,
He's dead now, right?
Yeah, oh, God. There's so many blood vessels and shit that have just broken and popped and are just waiting to show themselves.
Okay, we need someone to, edit this video together so the ball hits him in the face and then his head turns into the bird from the pitching video and just an explosion of feathers.
I love how he watches it. He's such a dedicated play-by-play man. He watches the foul ball get hit and literally just watches it bounce into his stupid face. Instead of fucking hitting the deck and maybe taking a minute.
I open the whole time and here it comes.
Right. It's not like if you duck down below the table, the audience is going to miss any of the action. They're going to hear the ball hit your desk. And only this way you won't get hit you don't get hit in the face and you don't have to recover from it.
Now the 3-2 swung on, a pop foul back here.
Ow!
Ow!
He did kind of look down when it was coming down, like he said.
It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming
down.
back that far. So once again,
it really hit me. I didn't think it was coming back that far. I want to watch that again.
Back here.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far. So once again,
dear, I think it might be time for you to get some thicker glasses. The worst part about it is he watched the fucking thing hop right into his eyeball. And
like I said, at the end there, he saw it going up. He's kind of like, oh, it's a pop foul. He looks like he kind of went down and stopped tracking it. And then it just kind of went boop and then nailed him in the face.
And that ball had a way of reminding him, I'm still here, motherfucker.
3-2 swung on, a pop foul back here.
Ow!
Yeah, he looks down. He takes his eyes off it.
And that thing smacked him square, too. I mean, that was not like a glancing blow. That went off the table and then wham, right in his eyebrow.
Did someone check to make sure he doesn't have a concussion? Because honestly, that should have been enough to kill Grandpa.
A pop foul back here.
Ow! Oh! Ow! Ow!
It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far.
You got to give him this. He took it like a champ.
And then he just kept right on doing the thing. But he lost his glasses. Did the ball destroy one of his lenses or something? Because he never put his glasses back on.
You'll see him call the end of the game here. And there's two things I want you to watch for. There's the foul ball, obviously, him getting hit by the ball and continuing on. But there's also the John Sterling Yankees win call, which to me is just so, again, sports announcers and radio guys, they love this. They think he's a legend. They think he's great. I think this is so corny and hokey, but yeah, it's fucking baseball. What are you going to do?
So once again, it'll be a 3-2. And Holmes ready to deal. A ground ball to third. Donaldson squares, throws to first in time. Ball game over. Yankees win. The Yankees win.
He does like almost a Richard or a Jimmy Stewart thing. Oh, the Yankees win. It's just he does a weird little old man dance in the booth. The Yankees. Wait, to me, that's just a sports announcement. This has been my complaint about PA with the Vikings over the years, is that these sports announcers just make it about themselves.
I mean, he's making it about the team. He's just calling it out in a special way. He has to remember that this is the only place he gets to be the guy. Yeah. After that, after this was over, he was just another old person in the supermarket who probably shit his pants while he was getting his groceries. And nobody knew that he took a ball to the face like a goddamn fucking soldier.
You don't think he shit his pants when that ball jacked him right in the eyeball? There's a chance.
I guarantee you he did.
And you're right. I think those glasses are toast.
I think the glasses are what saved him. Yeah. Otherwise, it would have made just direct contact with his head and face, and I think we'd be done.
No.
Throws to first in time. Ball game over. Yankees win. The Yankees win. You know, that foul ball actually hit me. It kind of glanced off my forehead.
He wants to talk to everybody about his fucking battle scar. He's like, listen, guys, I know that you think calling these baseball games is an easy gig. That fucking ball jacked me right in the face. I'm sorry. I just need to point out what a trooper I am.
I take it back. His glasses are fine. He's wearing them now.
Oh, he is wearing the glasses. Okay.
So I took one for the team.
Okay, John. My star of the game is Kyle Higashioka, who wants to know if you're all right. Are you okay, John?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
I am okay. Just a glancing blow.
Just a glancing blow.
He's living up his moment. I got hit by a foul ball. He's trying to tough guy it a little bit, but at the same time, he's also trying to let people know, hey, I'm okay.
My star of the game says, you bring a great honor to your family.
You take a foul ball like a champ. You bring great honor to a family and the Yankee. He did. You know what? Especially since he's probably in his 70s, maybe his 80s.
I'll say this. You get like fucking like a, green in the gills, like fresh announcer dude. I don't think like today's people, like, I don't think they take that and just keep going. Oh, I got hit. Oh, it's all about me now.
I know when I was calling baseball games, I'd have a hard time if that happened to me. If I got hit, I'd have a hard time going, God, son of a bitch. Just right on the air. Just going, God damn it. Ow. Jesus. Fucking ball. Foul ball coming right back here. Boom, bam. Cocksucker. Ah, shit. Aaron, you okay? Yeah, sorry. I apologize, guys. I got decked with a foul ball. What are you going to do? Let's have a person from Boston, Susan Waldman, announcing. Yeah, Susan Waldman's voice is awful, but you would think the Yankees, with all the money in the world, would be able to, shell out a few bucks for some broadcasters, but they get Susan Waldman.
Or at the very least, a plexiglass window. Jesus, man.
Yeah. How about a little protection for your boy? Jesus. 265 away from today's goal. If you guys want to chip in, we sure could use it. We're about an hour and a half away from firing up the music and doing our e-beggar best to knock out our goal today. I do know this. We'll probably have Johnny or April do the morning show tomorrow if we can't knock out that goal today, because when we have the guest hosts on, we give them half the money. There's no way we typically hit the goal with guest hosts, so I will probably just use one of them tomorrow if we fall short today. 265 away, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. If you all want to get in on the act, everybody chip in a couple of bucks here and there. We'll knock that thing out. We'll do 30 minutes of overtime, and we won't have to bother you with all my incessant e-begging as the way of funding this program. Johnny, a new poll came out that showed the majority of Americans do not support trans athletes competing against women.
Can't understand why.
Well, what do you think the breakdown of that was percentage-wise? What percentage of Americans said that trans people shouldn't compete against women?
I'm going to guess we're in the 70s?
We're at 69%. That seemed low.
Yeah.
That seems really low to me. 7 out of 10 people, that means 3 out of 10 people are like, yeah, come on, let biological men compete against women. That just seems like, I don't know how you can watch that ideology shit, man. People getting into politics and ideology is so strong. I just don't get it because it doesn't work on me. That, you've got to pick a side and you've got to pick a team. And no matter what evidence you see, you have to go with that team. I don't know how you can see all the evidence on the trans men versus women athletes thing and be for it in any way, shape, or form other than you're professionally virtue signaling. And
most of the people who do it though too are like women who are sitting there going, yeah, I think we should just let everyone compete and it should be fair. And it's like, yeah, but you're at the end of your career and you never had to deal with this. Like,
Right.
And the people who stand up against it, like, I don't like these trans athletes being in our locker rooms. I don't feel like it's a fair competition for me. Oh, you're just a bigot. Sit down and shut up, you girl.
People in the chat are going, yeah, that's actually the 69%. They're saying that's scary low. But now
I wish it were higher.
This might encourage you. Back in May of 2021, when they took this poll, 62% of people thought that teams should play on teams that match their birth gender. So it has gone up. It's gone from
a couple more decades. We'll get into 80.
It's gone from 62 to 69, which does show you that the more people know about this shit and the more you show people it, the more they go, yeah, no, not okay. Not all right. That doesn't seem fair. So that, I mean, it's positive and it's negative. I mean, the fact that it's only 69% makes me a little worried, but the fact that it's trending in the right direction, I think that's a plus.
We can speed this up, though. All we have to do is start embracing the trans movement from the right angle. We need staunch, and I'm looking at you here, staunch misogynists going, it's about time we put men in these women's sports, make it competitive, make it good. These trans women are doing us all a favor by fixing the biggest problem with women's sports, biological women. That's all.
See, I'm the opposite. I don't want to go and be a man competing against women lest I lose and I really get humiliated. If I'm just like, hey, it turns out they just kicked the shit out of me.
Well, don't worry. According to the studies we've seen, track records show that's very unlikely.
Okay, well, yeah, that's true. I've got a pretty good advantage. 265 away. Let's get down to it, boys and girls. There's the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, the whole deal. Oh, my goodness. April's fairy godmother coming in with $250. There you go. A VIP right there to bail out Steel Toe today. Holy mother of shit. That's going to put us $20 away from knocking it out today. There you go. One fell swoop. Thank you, guys.
Now we're never going to make it.
Very much. I would say that if I were to go with a guest host tomorrow, I'm probably going Stevie Lou. I've really fallen into a rhythm with Stevie Lou. I like the shows we do together. So I would probably go Stevie Lou.
Sounds like a good choice.
Show.
I have therapy, so I can't do it.
Well, so it's either Stevie Lou or April.
Yeah.
For tomorrow's show. Fauci's Pangolin says, nope, $251 for VIP. No, not $251 for VIP. I think maybe, I'm actually at the point now where I might just see if Stevie Lou just wants to do Wednesdays from every once in a while. I don't know. We'll see. I like Stevie Lou. I think he does a good job. Professional Horny Boy says, guess I won't be here tomorrow if it's Stevie Lou. I don't get that. I think Stevie Lou does a really good job for this program. This next story might be I always pick out my favorite of the day. Mm-hmm. And my favorite of the day is usually one that really appeals to me, but I'm self-conscious that the rest of the audience won't really lean in on it with me. And so I kind of put it further back in the program. This one is a Fort Worth diocese, a Catholic diocese, in a controversy with the monastery. So you have the priests feuding with the nuns over a nun who admit they broke their vows.
Okay. Oof.
With a priest.
No kids involved.
No, these are two adults fucking. This is a nasty.
All right, so we're all good.
A nasty ass nun and a horny ass priest, and they got it on. Now, the person who runs the diocese, the bishop, he says, well, I mean, clearly this nun broke her vows. This monastery is in violation. We need to punish them. But there's a second part to this, and we'll hear the whole story in a second. I'm just going over the cliff notes. The actually wants the land the monastery's on for a project. So the monastery is going, hey, wait a minute. You want our land? Yes. Now you're trumping up this whole finding out that a nun fucked a priest thing. Yes, absolutely. So this is in no way part of your master plan to get our land. No, absolutely not. Then what have you done to the priest? What have you punished him with? We gave him a remarkably stern warning.
In a small severance package.
Let's hit play on this story. And I just love when like religious organizations like the Catholic Church or anything else have to face like these business issues. Like this issue of like, because you're supposed to be godly. This is supposed to be like in another realm. It's supposed to be the Lord and the Holy Ghost. And now you're dealing with like high school sex controversies. And I love it. Let's check this one out.
Investigations. It was all covered in a video posted online late Sunday night by the Catholic Bishop of Fort Worth. His comments were the first since a clash with Arlington nuns that started this spring. A representative for the monastery told our Jason Allen today.
By the way, worst XFL team name ever, the Arlington Nuns. Nobody's intimidated unless they bring rulers onto the field and whack you on the knuckles with them.
We're going to bring the Holy Spirit to the game.
Kick to the spiritual gut for the nuns.
Well, at least it got rid of that baby the priest put in her.
Look, it was either a kick to the spiritual gut or a push down the religious stairs.
Yes, it was either a kick to the spiritual gut or it was a trip. It was a trip to the ethereal abortion clinic. One of the two. We can do kick to the spiritual gut or we can do trip to the dogmatic vacuum machine.
Hey, who wants a morning after blessing?
The body of Christ. Misoprostol. There you go. Wait a minute. That's not communion. It is when you've got a clergy full of janky whores. I'll tell you
I've
that.
I've never eaten a wafer like this. Well, important thing, don't chew it. You just swallow it with the wine right away.
Yes. Here's the wine. Oh, God, that tastes like bleach. Doesn't it? Finish up. The body of Christ. I believe that's a skinhead wearing steel-toe boots. It certainly is. Whoop-hap, 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 whoop-hap. It's like, oh, man. If the parishioners only knew that $5,000 of their money just went to that guy to kick her in the stomach.
The body of Christ. Well, his name was Jesus.
Yes. Excuse me, ma'am. We heard you're pregnant with the child of the priest. Yes. Isn't it a wonderful blessing? Yes, but we're also finding out that the devil really wants you to have a baby, so you're going to need to kill it. So, well, I mean, hey, look, it's I don't make the rules, ma'am. All right, Sister Mary Margaret, I don't make the rules. You got to get rid of the baby unless you want to have a Satan baby. You don't want to have a Satan baby, do you?
I'm just really devastated that I had this miscarriage. Well, you know, God works in mysterious ways.
Yes. Father, I have terrible news. Oh, what's that, my dear? I've had a miscarriage. Yes. What? No, I was answering God. He asked me if I was upset about this, and I said yes. I'm just so mad about this whole thing.
How could this have happened? How could she have gotten pregnant?
Mary Glowstick.
Oh, that explains it.
Father, I've had a miscarriage. It's a terrible thing. Oh, yeah. Hold on one moment, dear. Yes, Father Flanagan. Yeah. You didn't cancel that hotel room for Vegas this weekend, did you? Okay, good. No, keep it. Yeah. All right. See you there, buddy. All right. Fuck you too. Bye.
The 9 nuns living inside this Arlington monastery have watched the new video from the Fort Worth bishop, speaking now about his public fight with their order.
It has hurt me deeply because I love the sisters in the Arlington Carmel very much.
This guy is so full of shit. They're so trying to run these bitches off their land and take it from them. I can just tell right away when a guy is faking sincerity. Like, oh, you know, guys, it absolutely hurts for me to find out about this nun fucking this priest. This is really a terrible thing. I guess you guys got to vacate your land then. That's what I don't understand. It's like, that's not the punishment for one slutty nun, is that you all have to pack up and leave.
All right, she was a whore. You slags got to go find street corners now. We're taking your home.
Right, exactly. You want to act like whores, we'll treat you like one. But like, He's acting like Warden Norton after they shot Tommy. You know, like he's telling Andy Dufresne, shame that boy running with so little time left on his sentence. Broke guard Hadley's heart to shoot him. Honest, it did. This guy's so full of shit.
Father Anthony Scalia here is just saying that that these whores can't be trusted with a house because they're fucking around in it.
Father Joey Diaz says these whores got to learn some manners and learn to take appreciation for their vows, Joe Rogan. All right, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, all that shit. Listen, cocksucker. You got to get in there and stop sucking that priest dick, you know? You've been in there, I get it. You pull out your juicy titties. You ride on the priest cock for a while. You take a load on your face. But I'm telling you right now, cocksucker, you got to cut that shit out right fucking now. Joey Diaz said the other day that he's fed up with podcasting. He should go ahead and be a bishop. They could promote him right away.
He should do character podcasts. Don't be Joey Diaz. Be Joey Diaz playing Father Scalia, whoever this guy is, and just go with it.
All right, cocksucker, in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, you want some fucking bread?
In the 8-minute video, Bishop Michael Olson defended his investigation into an alleged...
By the way, I'm just looking at this guy, and I'm not saying that he might be part of, the part of the Catholic Church that they don't like to talk about, but if he is, I'm not going to be surprised if allegations come out.
Yeah, something about this guy doesn't seem right. I see him walking across the stage, and I immediately go, this man's picture is in, like, every buffet in the state he lives in. Like, avoid this man.
This guy's face screams that he's got koala yummies and juice boxes all over his kitchen. That's all.
He just likes fruit drinks, Aaron. He just likes fruit drinks, a little fruit. Some people come home and they want to have a juice box. It's not like he's planning for young visitors.
You might be right. I'm just saying, if anyone accuses this guy of anything, I know which side I'm going to bet on in the sports books.
Vow of chastity by the Reverend Mother Teresa Agnes, saying she admitted it to 3 other people in a...
Is that bitch in a wheelchair? The wheelchair nun was fucking? I love this chick. You can't take this woman's land. She rules.
She's too hot to hold down, you know? God took her legs figuring that would keep her at home and keep her pure. And she went, no, I will bring the dick to me.
I don't have full use of my legs. Easier for you to spread them without resistance. And is that like chemo or something that she's on? That's an IV treatment?
That's an IV treatment of some kind. I don't know what they're giving her.
This is like the baddest.
I know what she's been taking, though.
Her medicine, am I right? This is a bad bitch. She's like on some kind of medication. She's in a wheelchair. She's sucking priest dick. I like her. I am instantly against this bishop. He seems shady as fuck to me. But this
like when you're in there, right? Like you're finishing, you got to like grab your dick and be like, the body of Christ compels you, right?
Yes.
Like just...
Or you hover it over and you go, the body of Christ, and you hold your cum until she says amen. And then as soon as she says amen, you fire hose.
I need you to hold still. I'm going to draw a cross with my jizz.
Pulls out, makes a cross on her tits. Like, wow, you're getting really good at that. Yeah, you know, they say how you get to Carnegie Hall, don't you? Practice.
Why do you keep doing that on my forehead? Well, you've heard of Ash Wednesday. This is Splooge Sunday in the name of our Lord.
Oh, my God. You said that the mushroom stamp he left this time was a pentagram? Yeah, it was a pentagram. Why? Because he put it in the unholiest of places. That's how we mark the days we have anal.
He also said she gave him the name of the priest involved, which he reported.
The superior informed me that the priest, on the advice of his own canonical council, refused to participate in the investigation, and that the priest conveyed to him that he would neither confirm nor deny his involvement.
You know who he reminds me of? The teacher in Billy Madison. It was just a stunt. She was supposed to pinch my balls if I was about to come. I love this guy. He's like, yeah, on the advice of his canonical council. I love that these priests have to have fucking lawyers because they're such scumbags. You would think if you're a godly man, you don't need a lawyer. You just tell the truth all the time. But it's like,
Yeah.
they learned a long time ago. They're like, yeah, we need priest lawyers because these guys keep fucking. And you know that lawyer's like, God damn it. I was hoping I would just get paid my retainer this month and I wouldn't have to deal with anything. All right, father, who's the kid? No, it's a woman. Oh, thank Christ. All right. Well, let's go see her. Well, there's one thing quick. She's in a wheelchair. Oh, you fucked a wheelchair chick, you fucking pig. Well, I mean, she's only in a wheelchair when she's on her chemo treatments. Oh, come on, man. At least pretend like you believe in this shit.
I'm going to have to charge you extra for this. Look, I was just kind of hoping maybe you'd kind of cut me a deal, as a fellow believer in Christ. I'm Jewish, you asshole.
Well, I thought maybe you'd give us a discount for killing our Savior.
Still doesn't make any sense, and more importantly, still hadn't seen any proof of it.
Just after he visited the monastery Monday, the attorney for the nuns told us if anything was said, it should have remained confidential under church rules, not publicized by the diocese. Olson,
yeah, doesn't that guy just look like there's fucking skeletons in his closet?
Yeah, of the people he ate.
There's skeletons and full honey hams in his closet. We've got skeletons and rotisserie chickens, very few clothes in this man's closet.
Clearly stated in the video he had no other motive for his investigation, including the sprawling property or donor lists.
Neither I nor the Diocese of Fort Worth have ever made, nor do we now make, any claims or designs to the contrary.
But Bobo told us in a diocese of more than 1 million Catholics, it's been a lot of time and resources spent on one nun and one possible broken vow.
There's clearly a bigger picture here, and it's money.
Right, like you don't make this big of a deal over one nun fucking one priest. In fact, most of the time they cover this shit up and we never know about it. So the fact that they're going public with this, they guarantee they want that land.
I don't think that's the case, Aaron. I think these people, look, Catholic Church is just staying on brand. If this had been an up and up Catholic thing, and that priest was congregating with, say, a member of his flock, we'd be like, all right, let's cover this up. Let's move you along. Let's keep this under wraps. But they're like, no, we heard that he's having consensual sex with a woman of age. Oh, F him! Burn him at the stake!
That's true. The Catholics hold each other accountable only when it's of age women and it's consensual. Let me go to Ryobi real quick. Ryobi, what you got for us, buddy?
Hey, a couple things I noticed or didn't notice. Nobody said that I heard what year this happened. They could have been fucking in the 70s when they were both like,
right,
getting down hot and bothered, and they just kept a secret. No one said she was taking dick in her 80s, being a real filthy. I mean, she probably was, but they didn't say it.
That's true. I mean, they never said when they fucked. Yeah, I agree with the attorney for the nuns. There's something weird going on here. There's an ulterior motive. Because, again, the Catholic Church never admits to their weird sex shit.
Well, I mean, the guy that other asshole, he sounded like Bill Clinton. I have no ulterior motive here. Yeah. It's not about, like Jesus, bro. Why didn't you just say, I did not have sex with that woman, Miss Lewinsky?
Well, if you can't trust if you can't trust a Catholic bishop during a sex scandal, who can you trust,
I don't know. I run away, I don't turn my back on him. I just kind of back away slowly because last time I turned my back.
And make sure your wallet's in your front pocket.
I didn't go to those kind of Catholic churches.
All right, buddy. Thank you for the call. Appreciate it.
See ya.
All right. There's Ryobi. Yeah.
Honestly, why is this even a big thing? I mean, there were orders of prostitute nuns. I mean, whoring it up was kind of like, the bride of Christ's job.
Back in the day, yeah. Back in the day in the monasteries and shit, yeah, they got to fuck. But now they abused the privilege.
It's always about money, and that's what he's after.
The monastery is an independent organization from the church, but the bishop believes the Vatican, because of this case, has given him full control of operations. Because of that, the nun's attorney has set up a separate legal defense fund now, saying donors were unsure if they should send money directly to the monastery. in Arlington.
No, you shouldn't ever, even if this never existed. Don't you love that workaround that like everything this guy's doing is scummy, but he's insisting to the rest of us that this is not scummy at all. This is completely on the up and up.
Which I don't believe, just off of personal experiences I've seen and had with religious organizations. Yeah, I don't believe that for a minute.
Yeah. Like if you go, oh yeah, this is all about the morality of the sex scandal. Oh, is that monastery controlled by the church? No, it's independent and we really want their land. Oh, so you guys are kind of fucking around to get their land. No, we just really want to hold everyone accountable. Plus, we're going to bring fucking Rome into it and see if they'll side with us and let us push the monastery around. Yeah, I don't know.
Look, guys, why are you guys fighting? Aren't you part of the same? Look, they're not franchised, okay? Like they're not part of the. They're an independent. They paid for the Golden Arches, but it's not an actual McDonald's. Right. And
Aaron's Leukemia Angel with $4.99 says, "Does this help? Listen, I'm sorry, but your spirituality has not texted you $250. Your holy points equal $5. Not hobo chili. Thank you." Dead Fool with $4.99 says, "How much to kick Stevie Lou off tomorrow?" Now, wait a minute. That sounds
to be on first.
Like a goddamn dirty trick. Fire Ginger with $2 says, "This guy has closet Twinkies." Yeah, I think you're right. Hope Red Fox Mad says, then, she was interviewed on the news. Really?
Oh, what?
All right.
Please tell me we have her speaking.
He sent the clip. Let's check it out. And by the way, you guys are only $5 away today. Thank you very much for your generosity. Very kind of you. Thanks for Oh yeah, here it is. 2 weeks ago. This is from CBS in Texas. Good. We get to hear from her. So, okay, Johnny, this is the bet. Now this makes my favorite story of the day even better. We get to hear from both sides. So we heard the bishop. Hey, man, I'm just looking to, protect the vows and make sure that everybody stays clean, and this has nothing to do with property or anything else. Let's hear from the nun. I like getting both sides of this story.
CBS Texas exclusive. There are some strong denials from a Catholic nun who was sued by the bishop of the Fort Worth Archdiocese after being accused of adultery with a priest.
Her lawyer is speaking exclusively with CBS News Texas tonight. We first reported on the dispute last week that has ultimately closed an Arlington monastery to the public as a result. Jason Allen.
Okay, so one step closer to that monastery being shut the fuck down. It's closed
if we
to the
close
public.
it to the public, then we can just renovate.
All right, here we go.
Those new details tonight, including what information the church may have access to after taking the nuns' computers and phone.
Oh, they're moving all this shit out too. Oh, come on. This is really about
your socials.
This is about one nun taking a dick years ago, and you're taking out all the computers. You're trying to get the Pope to let you take over you pieces of shit. Even when you're not fucking kids, you're just little scumbuckets.
You want the money really badly? I mean, thank God you don't have any sort of overseeing authority that can watch and see everything you do and then hold you account to it.
Right? There is no God if you guys don't end up in hell.
The nuns' computers and phone.
A week after CBS Texas reported an extraordinary lawsuit from an order of nuns, their Arlington monastery is still closed. Daily mass still prohibited. No confession offered to them in 6 weeks. After the Diocese of Fort Worth posted online the Reverend Mother Teresa Agnes had violated her vow of chastity, and in court filings said she admitted it, she is more directly denying that now through
the Catholic Church, the Archdiocese in this could not look like bigger pieces. Could you have picked a more victim-y victim? She's in a wheelchair. She's hooked up to some kind of IV treatment machine. She took some dick from one of your priests that you're not holding accountable. You've taken their phones. You've taken their computers. You're not letting them have mass. You're not letting them do confession. You've closed down their monastery. I'm sorry. You guys look like shit.
If I'm seeing this, I'm loving this because I know two people who believe in the second coming, and ultimately my child is safe at this church because they're too busy fucking each other to
right. You're gonna see people people with children are gonna be flooding to this diocese because they're like, hey, at least they only plug each other at this one. My kid's butthole is safe. Plus,
They're not doing it during the service.
Plus, my kid can't carry a note, so it's not like they'll put him in the church choir. And he's clumsy as fuck. They won't let him bring up communion. I have the most unmolestable kid in Catholic Church history.
That's the one thing I like. That's the problem I have with. I know my daughter is adorable and cute, so I gotta watch out and keep everything away because it's like, no, I did too good a job, and now it's biting me in the ass.
No, you can bring her to the Catholic Church. They only like boys' buttholes. So.
Oh shit! I didn't even think about that. I've been worrying for nothing.
You don't have to worry. She has the ultimate kryptonite to a Catholic, a vagina.
Vagina.
Even if they thought your girl was like a little boy and just kind of looked a little effeminate, as soon as they pulled down your daughter's pants, they go, ew, icky, get it away. And then she'd go home really confused. She's like, I'm glad nothing bad happened to me, but am I not pretty? It's kind of a mind fuck.
So what you're saying is no matter what I do, she's destined for the pole. Fuck.
I didn't say that. I just said keep her away from the Catholics.
Well, I just did the rest of the equation.
Yeah.
Through her attorney.
No, you end up on the pole if you are a Catholic. That's what gives you a higher percentage chance. You end up with the skirts and the character and the cross around your neck, the whole thing. It's rough.
To me, if they're gonna start this process and they're gonna put it out in the public media, then come forward and show us the proof.
Hey, I know that this guy's a Texas A&M fan, so this is probably a Texas helmet. But is that not Forrest Gump's color and number from when he was a football player, 44?
I don't know if it was his. I did not remember Forrest Gump's football number.
If this guy has a Forrest Gump replica helmet, I want him to win all of his cases from now on.
Come forward and show us what she admitted to. She denies it. She categorically denies it. She never had any kind of sexual relation with a priest.
Attorney Matthew Bobo said the Reverend Mother is working through the internal church investigation process now with a representative of her choice. That's despite Bishop Michael Olson rejecting her selection. Bobo is also questioning the involvement of an attorney for the church, Justin Wachs. A South Dakota news outlet reported in 2017 as a priest, he had faced harassment allegations, something his attorney at the time disputed.
His
number's 44.
Yeah, everything about this church is slimy and grimy and shitty, and everything about this nun, you're just sitting there going, what the fuck did she do? Like, you guys are treating her like she's being investigated for a murder, and meanwhile, you guys have all these creepy, harassing lawyers, and she said she wanted her own private lawyer, and you said you didn't like that, and then you're throwing all these allegations at her, yet you guys look creepy as fuck. You have an ulterior motive with the property. And then also every time she tries to defend herself, you guys go, I don't like that. It
seems right on brand. Like we all know the Catholic Church, a long, staunch history of vehemently prosecuting sexual assault within the church. They don't stand for this, and they knew it. Even if it's consensual and it's on the up and up, and the both of you feel like God brought you together for this reason, it's that's not cool. It doesn't fly.
I will say this. You may be right in your sarcasm about them not being very thorough about this, but one thing they are being consistent about in this story is they really don't like women. So they are staying the course on that.
Well, I mean, you're an organization combating sin and the original.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's right. They're trying to purge the original sinner.
You like the fruit? Really glad you got that apple.
Well, I'm glad you like plant. Fuck, I fucked up my own joke. I'm glad you like fruit and produce because you're going to be sucking down a shitload of eggplant for the next millennia, you whores.
Interesting that the bishop would pick somebody with that history in a situation like this.
Yeah, you know why? Because they're fucking with you. They know they have the upper hand and they're going to bully the shit out of you, so they're picking a total creep. Look, that guy looks like a fucking problem.
Wachs did not immediately return a request for a response. Church attorneys have argued the matter should be handled internally.
Yeah, those guys look completely justified and innocent.
Right?
This doesn't look like a congregation of three fat fucks looking to steal shit.
Right. Those guys just look like, how can I say this without getting sued? These three guys look like, it wouldn't surprise me if I found out they had kid shit on their fingers. How's that?
I wasn't going to go that hard in the paint. It wouldn't surprise me to find out that they do some nefarious stuff and maybe have a few beliefs that are questionable. Just went all the way.
Johnny, let me be very clear about how I feel. If you scraped their fingernails and found child feces, it would not shock me. Does that, am I clear on how I feel about these three?
There's always room for Jell-O.
Civil court, and Bobo agrees, except on the matter of the church seizing and copying the nuns' computers and phone, giving it access to the monastery's financial history.
And more importantly, donor list. A donor list that the bishop has been trying to get his hands on ever since he became bishop. Because there's a lot of people out there who support this monastery and support these nuns and don't necessarily support the diocese.
Well, no shit. This diocese sounds crooked as fuck, and they're picking on these nuns because one of them might have taken a dick in her twat decades ago.
And again, it's not out of it's not out of character for religious dioceses and stuff to literally fuck over other members of the congregation or the, in this case, the monastery for a financial reason. They've done it a bunch of times. My ex's grandfather had a whole estate and everything, and it got turned into like a public park or whatever. What is it? The Piepenburg Park.
Okay.
The church took that, and that's worth millions of dollars and stuff. They took all the money and everything from that, and what the family got for that was a free funeral for your old dad.
Oh, shit. Yeah, they are just dirty, and they don't care.
Diocese had no further comment on the issue. A hearing is still scheduled for next month. In Fort Worth, Jason Allen, CBS News, Texas.
Oh, man. I hope the nuns win that whole thing, but I don't think they're going to, man. It sounds like they've really got them over a barrel. It sounds like they're really
It's
coming
going to
after
take
them.
a miracle.
Yes. Y'all are going to need Jesus. Tim Brouillard says, with $4.99, says, goal gone existed. There you go. Carrie C. with $9.99 says, here you go, fellers. Hey, is that the Rootsy Tootsie in the chat? Well, I don't know. You'll have to talk to Rootsy Tootsie about that. But thank you very much. Roots Calhoun says, dude looks like Aaron in a fat suit. How fucking dare you?
I didn't want to say it.
Thank you guys very much for knocking out today's goal. Anything you contribute the rest of the program goes directly towards tonight's evening show. I do want to tell you about Steel Toe Coffee. The best coffee there is out there. Go pick up your Steel Toe Coffee. It is grift-free coffee. The thing about our grift-free coffee is you're not saving the world. You're not, making sure that you're owning the libs. You're not owning the conservatives. Nothing like that. You're just enjoying some really good coffee. Take the money you spend on coffee now and switch over to Steel Toe Coffee for 1 month and tell me it's not better than what you're drinking now. $19.99 for a 12-ounce bag, $24.99 for a pound, and those prices include shipping. So to go to crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. That's crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Steel Toe Coffee is now available in whole bean or ground. Your choice. Order what you'd like. It helps support your favorite show, and it gets you a great coffee. It's very, very good. Johnny loves it. April loves it. Gino Bisconti loves it. Everybody's a fan of Steel Toe Coffee, and now that the whole bean option is out there, it's ready for you any way you like it. That's crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Also, we have our anniversary party coming up in 2 months from today. 2 months from yesterday. Today's the 13th. Okay. Saturday, August 12th. It's the Steel Toe 9th anniversary party at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. That's Stoney's Bar 9th anniversary party. We've got less than 50 tickets available for the comedy show, and we've got less than half our cornhole spots available. So if you want to be in the tournament, go ahead and sign up on Eventbrite. If you want to go to the comedy show and you're a VIP, just go ahead and claim your tickets. You get 2 free ones. If you're not a VIP, go to Eventbrite and get your tickets for the anniversary show. If you want to come and just hang out and party, you don't want to do the comedy show, you don't want to do the cornhole tournament, come out and hang out with us also and help us celebrate 9 years of Steel Toe. That's at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. For your firearms needs, it's Midland Armory. MidlandArmory.com, promo code Steel Toe. Firearms, tactical gear, optics, knives, lower receivers, and so much more. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. And All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing of St. Cloud, of course, All Care Towing picks you up quicker than anybody else. If you get in an accident, if your vehicle won't go, no matter what, nobody is quicker than All Care Towing. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Well, Johnny, we got a couple more 7 o'clock hour stories coming, and then oh my God, we're already at 9 o'clock.
Yep. Flying along.
I'm not struggling as much with my voice today as I was yesterday. Still a little bit of a struggle, a comph, if you will, but not as bad as yesterday. I think that's why it's flying by a little bit quicker. Everybody hit the thumbs up. Take a break right now. Hit the thumbs up. Hit refresh. Hit subscribe. Hit all of that stuff. Help us get to 10,000. And, of course, help those likes crawl up to 300 by the end of today's show. You know what to do. Subscribe, hit like, all of that shit, and keep Steel Toe as successful as it's been these last few years. So the Tucker Carlson drama on Twitter and Fox News is continuing on. Over the weekend, Fox News sent Tucker Carlson a cease and desist to shut down his Twitter show. Now, this is an interesting legal gray area because Fox News is still, correct me if I'm wrong.
They have him on contract.
Fox News is still paying Tucker Carlson. And Tucker is under contract. This is really odd, Johnny. It's really ironic. Tucker's apparently under contract just through the 2024 election.
Almost like they want to make sure they had control of him through this next election cycle.
Really weird, right? So they don't want, as long as he's under contract at Fox, it's a breach to go work anywhere else or sign a deal anywhere else. Now, here's the thing with what Tucker's doing. He doesn't have a deal with anybody else.
Yeah, he's just talking on Twitter. That's not really, he's not working. He's just sharing his opinion on Twitter. We all get to do that.
Yeah. And if, his close personal friend Elon Musk wants to throw him a couple of bucks, can't stop a guy from giving you money, right? As long as you don't sign a deal and take a paycheck and become an employee.
Does his close personal friend Elon Musk even have to give him any money, though? That's the other fun thing about all this. You're getting paid by Fox.
Yeah.
Are doing pretty well with just your, financial situation in general. I mean, you don't need any money. You just do what you want to do.
I guess you're right. Yeah. Twitter doesn't have to pay him. Fox News is paying him for doing a show on Twitter. And there's no rule. I'm sure there's no rule in his Fox News contract that says you can't post videos on Twitter.
I'm sure if there were a rule or something like that and they could hold him to it, he wouldn't have done this. He spent a lot of time looking at, how this was all going to shake out. So I'm sure he kind of planned for this.
Well, his lawyer, Harmeet Dillon, responded to the cease and desist yesterday, saying, "My friend and client, Tucker Carlson, will not be silenced by the far left or Fox News." But he repeats himself. Appending a link to the piece on Axios covering a cease and desist letter sent to Carlson by the network. Axios did not include the text of the cease and desist letter, saying that the letter has "not for publication" in bold at the top. Dillon went on to explain that Fox News is not a place for her until the network stops trying to silence Tucker. She added she has friends still under contract at Fox, and she feels for them. "I am passionately committed to free speech and a free flow of information necessary for a free society," blah, blah, blah. Lawyers speak about Tucker and everything else. So Tucker has done, I think, 2 episodes of his Twitter show so far.
And they're only like 10 minutes. It's not even really by definition of everyone in his business, it's not even a show. It's just it's his closing, his final thoughts or new rules segment or whatever. It's just like his tagline thing. And it's why it's brilliant.
Yeah, it's a 10-minute video clip that he does. And he just goes off about one thing for 10 minutes at a time. It's perfect. The first one has 114.8 million views on Twitter. Now, I know that Twitter's, count and everything is kind of fucky and it can be played with, but 114.8 million views. let's say Twitter's algorithm or their view count thing fucks up at a range of 2 to 1. Let's say it's 2 to 1.
Okay.
That's still almost 60 million people watching that episode. The second one released last week, 55 million views. Elon Musk noted May 9th that Twitter had not signed any kind of deal whatsoever with the broadcaster. Tucker Carlson, tonight's former executive producer Justin Wells, tweeted Sunday that the next episode of Tucker on Twitter will be released today. The content will reportedly cover former President Donald Trump's indictment in the federal classified documents probe. So
I'm sure he's not going to point out that Biden has had plenty of federally classified documents even back when he was a senator and had no right to them.
Well, we have some news on that today, too, in just a little bit here. That's going to dovetail into something else. But yeah, so Twitter now says, no, I've signed no deal with Twitter. Twitter signed no deal with Tucker Carlson. He's not working for us. He's just making 10-minute videos. And
he's just making our life difficult.
Right. Fox News can't do anything about that because there's no thing in his contract that says you can't record a video and put it up on YouTube. So good for Tucker.
Is that a thing? Like I watched that this happens now after Tucker Carlson. All right, so remember now, if you are signed to us with your social media. So if we blacklist you or whatever, blackout. You don't get to go on your Twitter.
I mean,
Can you really legally do that though?
I can tell you this. I bet you any young people who sign a deal with Fox News and any other like CNN, MSNBC, they'll be signing that deal now. It's heading towards these companies. If they want to keep the control that they have, they're going to have to, if you want to sign with one of these companies, you'll have to sign over your social media stuff to them.
It'll be like a WWE thing where it's like you've become this character and we own the character. And it doesn't matter that your face and your body are literally ingrained to the character. If you ever leave, you have to buy the character from us.
Right. Or we can choose not to sell it to you at all. Like when Razor Ramon and Diesel left WWE, they showed up on WCW. And when they cut their promos, they would say things like, Scott Hall would go, "You all know who I am, but you don't know why I'm here." Like he even did the Razor Ramon voice. And it's like, the way they were getting around it is, we all know that that's Razor Ramon. What's he doing in
WWE? Not going to say it.
Right.
It's legally.
Ryobi said there's a contract issue that says he's limited to 10 minutes if he's not on Fox. Okay. That explains the 10-minute show.
That explains the 10-minute time window.
I get it now. I see. That's not a bad, but even though they have to do that to follow the contract, that's not a bad format.
No, like I said, it cuts out all of the bullshit, and he just he gets to go on, quickly state his opinion, his point, and whatever facts he has to support it, and then and it's easily digestible. So the worst part is like MSNBC and Fox, like, how do we get these people to tune in for hours on end? Yeah, he's doing a quick 10-minute clip that you can watch on a bathroom break.
Yeah, and the thing about the setback of his 10-minute video thing, though, is that it's going to be so effective that he's probably lost all chance of getting Fox to let him out of the deal. Because Fox sees
were they going to?
Probably not, but any hope of that may have existed is gone now because Fox sees what he can do in just 10 minutes. I feel like
if he's smart, he planned for that from the get-go, of them like literally adamantly fighting him, and he gets and so he's planned out exactly how he can like skirt the rules and do what he wants to do for at least the next few months.
Chris says NBC had Conan sign NDAs out the ass when he left the Tonight Show. You are right, sir. They did. They had Conan sign a lot of NDAs. He couldn't talk about any of it. And that sucks because, they kind of fucked Conan multiple times because they wouldn't let him talk about it. Yet when Conan would go on other shows, all they wanted to talk about was NBC. Like nobody gave a fuck about Conan the guy. They just wanted to know about the juice and the drama and the gossip around the Tonight Show thing, and he couldn't talk about it.
As we all know, NBC really ate their dick on that because Conan went to TBS and totally showed them how he was a powerhouse, not to be trifled with.
Ooh. I know people our age like Conan, but if there's one thing that Conan proved with his post-Tonight Show career, it's that NBC was right to go back to Jay Leno.
That he couldn't hang?
Yeah. I mean, look, you can like Jay Leno, you can hate Jay Leno if you want to. You have to admit NBC fucked up by kicking him out and putting Conan in, and they corrected that mistake by putting Leno back in and kicking Conan out. So,
well, Conan had like a very short window of being like a hot commodity because Andy Richter being there kind of gave it a Johnny Carson feel, as opposed to, you know, Leno and Letterman, who don't really have like a second mic kind of person. And then he had a bunch of cute, funny little bits. But the problem is like fucking Triumph the Insult Comic Dog got old super fast. And all of the little funny bits were kind of funny at the moment. Nothing lasted. So it's like, okay, now we're going to give you the whole show to do it.
Triumph the Insult Comic Dog was just Robert Smigel doing his thing.
Yeah. But I mean, that was big on Conan. I thought that was where it really broke out.
Right. I see people in the chat are saying like, oh, free Professional Horny Boy. Where's Professional Horny Boy? He's right here in my chat. I see him right there. Guys, there's a lot of spurgery that goes on around, like, one person in the chat will go, hey, I think this guy's banned. And then people go, what? He's banned? What? There's no way he's banned. Yeah, I know there's no way he's banned. I'm reading his chat right now. What the fuck, Roots? There you go. There's Professional Horny Boy. He's right there in the chat. So
maybe
don't
he just doesn't want to talk to you.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't like you guys. Maybe he's blocked you. Wood Chippy says, LOL, commenting, am I banned? Yup, you're absolutely banned. I love when people like don't get their, like, if a chat of theirs doesn't get read and they immediately go to, hey, am I banned? It's like, look, I didn't want to have to talk to you about this. I didn't want to have to bring it up on the show in front of all these people, embarrass you in front of your friends. But I just haven't seen anything so far that I felt like needed to be shared with the class. That's all. That's all I'm saying. I'm sorry. I thought we could maybe just go back and, you know, not discuss it, but
am I
you
shadow banned? I've been spitting hot fire and nobody's responded to even one of my comments. It can't be that I suck. It's gotta be shadow banned.
I like to do that. I like when people write things and usually it's not on purpose that I skip over your shit. I'm usually watching the story or reading a thing or doing something for the show. The chat's not up. I don't believe in, keeping an eyeball in the chat when you're supposed to be entertaining your audience. So, like, people leave a comment and I won't see it, and they'll think it's really funny or whatever. And then they'll write in the chat. I always make sure, though, that I read out loud the one where they go, am I banned? Because then they go, wait, well, what the fuck? Why aren't you reading my other shit? And then they kind of go, I see now. Now, wait a minute. Roots Calhoun says we can't see him. Well, that clearly means that Professional Horny Boy blocked you. Like, if you're sitting here going, so-and-so is banned, I can't see him. Usually means they've blocked you if I can see them. That's all. Triple N says you have to put the chat on live chat. Yeah, it's got to be all messages, guys.
You can't have top chat up, otherwise they take some of that stuff out.
No. You want to go through the list and answer people's questions?
Sure.
This is the official ban check. You can check if you're banned from the channel right now. If you just write, am I banned? I will answer everyone. If I say your name, it means you're not banned. If you've been writing this whole time and I haven't seen it, that means, yes, you are hidden. Trucker 18-Wheeler, Dave Sarah, Chevrolet JB, Phage Lives, Sean, Penn didn't kill himself, Laughing Lions, Stevie J, Tigger Next Door, Phage Lives, Triple N over here, Triple N, Dave Sarah, Roots Calhoun, Nicholas Davidson, Trucker 18-Wheeler, Mizzle T. Shizzle, Phage Lives, Ryobi, Rusty Grammar, Union Jack. Oh, shit, you guys are going so fast that I lost it. I like this bit. I got to keep it going. There we go. Union Jack, Nebo, Shane F., Zen Rhino, Hobo Chili Recipe, Amanda Hug and Kiss, Roots Calhoun, Dave, Professional Horny Boy, Foul Mouth Yoda, Hobo Chili Recipe, D. Gulag, Griddle Gorilla, Nebo, Wood Chippy, Amanda Hug and Kiss, I'm only reading you guys once at a time, so try not to do multiple times. I'm trying to skip over the people I've already said. Hank Danger, Mr. Sane Caesar, Fauci's Pangolin, Phage Lives, I'm Using Socialist Media, Kotod, Rusty Grammar, Rick Bradley, Devil Pup, Optic Nerve, Potato Head, Kane J, Shano Banano. Sorry, I short-circuited. Eric K, Don Lemon's AIDS, Give Me Tips. Oh, fuck. Wait a minute. Why did somebody ban Honky Tonk Tennessee when he said I'm unbanned? Oh, no, they just deleted the comment. I'm sorry. All right, where did I leave off, Johnny? I can't find it. Here we go. Give me tips. Grinch Girl, Ned Pepper, Eddie S., We Totted, King of All Dips, Mr. Sane Caesar, Cerberus, Papa Dan, Matthew Jenkins, Sean, Laughing Lions, Avril, Hulkamasha Baby, Union Jack, Uber Beaner, Kyle, yes, you are retarded, Alex, Andrew Schultz, Dead Fool, Tim Brouillard, Professional Horny Boy, Nebo, Scarface, Mutta Trucker Gaming, Chevrolet JB, Hobo Chili Recipe, Wayne Chambers, Ryan the Garbage Man, Stevie J, Griddle Gorilla, Optic Nerve, Not Sure, Robert, Fuck You Dude, Fauci's Pangolin, Trucker 18-Wheeler, Magic 8-Ball. Oh my God, I'm so far fucking behind. Need Trump, D Gulag, Pelt becoming a member for his 10th month, Lip Ripper, Dub, Devil Pup, Orange Boy, Cheeseburger Pie, Zen Rhino, Nebo, Phage Lives gifting 5 memberships. Thank you very much. Avril, Johnny Chopsticks, Devil Pup, Tim Brouillard, Cheeseburger Pie, Hobo Chili Recipe, and Avril. Okay, there we go. Brian M. becoming a member for his 13th month. And Mr. Sane Caesar says, there goes the voice. Woo! The guy. All right, I'm done now. Anybody that writes after the guy. J Turtle, you're not banned.
You're
all
done.
Right.
Gone.
Gone existed. Gone existed. Oh.
If you're a moderator, you're gone. Existed. Gone existed. You're done.
What do you think he was trying to say there?
I have no existed?
Yeah.
I have no idea what existed could be.
I don't know what existed could be. Phage Lives with 5 gifted memberships. Amanda Hug and Kiss, Ned Pepper, Potato Head, Wood Chippy, and Shenano Banano, excuse me. 5 gifted memberships from Orange Boy, Hank Danger, Brian Not Brain BG, David Lyons, Trenton Wade, and MN Sasquatch, all getting memberships. That puts you guys $20 ahead for tonight's goal on the evening show. Very, very good. Okay. Anybody who comes in with any contributions, super chats, anything like that, the rest of the show, it all goes towards tonight. Okay. Oh, boy. Uh-oh. Ooh. Shit, I got to talk to my roofing people. They're trying to bring our equipment and shit by, and we aren't ready for them. We didn't agree to that. Nobody called us and confirmed. That they're dropping the supplies and shit off.
I mean, you can just leave it like sitting out in your front yard, right? Like nothing will happen to it.
I don't know. April, could you do me a favor? Could you call that? This is something I need to deal with right now because nobody said that we were doing that. We never confirmed that. Cancel.
We taught it.
Jesus Christ. Can they do that? Can they do we haven't even given them we were supposed to give them the first insurance check before
Normally
anything
you have
happened.
to pay 50% and then they give you they order the supplies. And then when the supplies come in, you pay the other 50%. They book the gig. They come do the thing.
Yeah.
Or you pay the other 50 after the job.
They're sitting there texting us what's the text I just got? I am following up on the email regarding the material drop and build date. I never got said email. Drop date Thursday, build date Friday. Fuck no. April, you got to respond to that as soon as possible. I did not get an email about that. I never got a phone call about that. I never agreed to that. Plus, they've been sending April all the emails, not me.
Only drop date I have is for my balls.
What the fuck? Let him drop the materials if the truck is up. Don't jam him up. I don't want it done right now. I don't want the roof thing done right now. What the fuck? We were supposed to work out a date. Son of a bitch. Now I'm mad. Now I'm upset with the roofing company. Because aren't we, like, they never gave us a hard date. Aren't they supposed to call us, give us a date, and we have to work out whether or not the date works for us?
I don't know. It depends who you go through. I think we booked and planned everything on our end, but
yeah,
I wouldn't. It seems weird. They're like, hey, so we got like $20,000 in supplies here. We're gonna drop off at your house. Well, I suppose not 20. It's probably closer to 10.
No, it's it costs about 20 fucking thousand for a new roof.
Well, yeah, but the materials aren't going to be the whole cost. So, but in general, it's just some plywood, some shingles, some really expensive shit. We're going to just leave that all on your lawn, and we'll come over and finish.
Hold on 1 second. I got to handle this. There we go. All right. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, April, you got, because like they have April's email address. April's the person they've been sending emails to. So April would have to go in her email and confirm that they sent her that. And then said, we're doing it this day, this and that. April wouldn't miss that. I don't think April would have missed that at all. But
she did. She's fucking fired.
Yeah, she says I never got an email. Yeah, April, you got to deal with that right now, because now that's going to distract me the whole show and make me nervous. We Todded says call them live. I'm not ready for them to show up. I don't want them showing up yet. I have a fucking giant check from the insurance company just sitting in my house. We haven't even worked that part out yet. Nothing. What a fucked up company to just go like, oh, by the way, we're dumping this shit in 2 days. No, you're fucking not. You're not dumping.
I got notified for the bathroom and the roof. I got notified like a week before, like, hey, we're going to have the materials coming in the next 3 or 4 days. Let's schedule like a week or so from now to come on, drop it off, all that stuff. It's like, yeah, okay, let's do that.
Red Fox Mad says, hopefully the roofing company does not set heavy materials on sprinkler heads. They will break or strip the gears. Well, yay. Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99. Says, free professional horny boy, your suppression of free speech is alarming. Shame on you. Aaron supports Antifa. Hobo, I think he blocked you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to point that out, buddy, but I think he might have blocked you because he is more than fine in this chat.
Hobo, professional horny boy is just not into you.
Yeah. Yeah. So just tell them April, just tell them, look, you didn't email us anything. You got no email. I have a text telling the guy, hey, look, man, can we push this back a little further so we can be ready for it? I don't know when they're planning to do it, but let's push this back later into the summer. Because they've never gave me a date. I didn't know when they were doing it. And then I didn't hear back from the guy after that. So then you tell us, oh, yeah, we sent you an email. We're dropping this shit off in 2 days. The fuck you are. No, thank you. JJ says, most contractors around us are so far behind, I would be worried they won't do it if you don't take it now. I don't want it now. I don't need it now. The roof isn't broken. Here's the thing about roofs. The insurance company will replace your roof after a hailstorm. They just will. Like, my roof isn't going to cave in. I'm not leaking or anything else. It's just, I don't like that shit, man. There's certain stuff I wanted to do. I wanted to figure out some things first before we had them, come out and do all the shit they're going to do. We wanted to figure out what time of day it's going to be because we have the show down here and I don't need people pounding on the fucking roof while the show's going on and all that shit. So, God damn it, that annoys the fuck out of me. That really does bug the shit out. Because we told them when we met with them, we're like, look, we broadcast from home in our studio. We want to figure out the logistics of this because of the noise and everything else. Oh, my God. It's a good company. I like the guy, but that
I don't know. Sounds a little shady.
That move kind of pisses me the fuck off right there. Matt Melt says this is how most companies work. JJ says, fair point. I didn't know you didn't need it done now, then tell them to fuck right off. Yeah, I don't care if they do it in September or October. I don't give a shit. So, oh my God. Maybe April can give us
We got to come by Friday. We've already talked to the guys at Home Depot. The guys waiting outside. And we're going to need them to do this. They have very tight schedules because INS is making.
Yeah, like what the fuck? No, you guys are not. You don't. Like, if people don't respond to you and confirm a date, then you don't set the fucking date. Oh, my God. Jericho says, do it yourself, big boy. I'm about to. About to fucking do it myself. No, it's not an emergency to get it put on. Now I'm ready to just go, fuck it. I'll reverse the claim and just say to State Farm, yeah, forget this ever happened. Just take your money back. Here's the check. I haven't cashed it yet or anything. I haven't signed it over to them. Here's your money. Talk to you next hailstorm. How's that? Roots Calhoun says Aaron's about to go through the roof. No. Mr. Approachable says maybe if you would have gone with Yag's new roofing business, you wouldn't have had to deal with such incompetence. The company we're going with, maybe you guys can tell us something about it. Legacy Restoration or Legacy Roofing or whatever it is. It seems pretty good. They're all over the place. Red Fox Mad with $9.99 says our roofing company started at 6 a.m. every day and they worked and went home at 8 p.m.
Yeah, it is. For the 2 days we had it going on, it was like a 7, 8 a.m. to like 5, 6, 7 p.m. Like,
we're going to have to figure something out. But now, do you see why I didn't want them to just show up one day and start working on the thing? There's shit that I want to work out.
Like where you're going to put your new studio.
Right, exactly. I do have to respond to April here. Here. Let me just. Sorry about this, guys. This is. I know we're making decent I know we're making decent content out of it, but this is something that needs to get addressed because they dropped this on us that they're doing this in 2 fucking days, and I'm really annoyed.
Why don't you want to use our roofing company? Well, you hire a lot of white people, so I don't see that on most of the roofs I see, and I worry about your work.
Mr. Approachable says, I hear Bob Layton has a studio you could use temporarily. I might need one of Bob's studios to use for the show if that's the case. I don't think Matt has a studio available for us anymore, unfortunately. Mudda Trucker Gaming
can't all fit in my basement. So.
Mudda Trucker Gaming says, yeah, Legacy is good. They keep stuff clean from what I see daily. They also pick up nails and scraps when done. That's very nice of them. I do have an update on a story from yesterday about Senator Chuck Grassley, who said that he has information from a source, a foreign national who's bribed Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. And the source says that they have 19 recordings of these conversations, 17 of them with Hunter Biden, 2 of them with Joe Biden from when he was vice president, that he bribed them to, curry favor and, with that country. It did come out last night that it is a Ukrainian energy executive. So it is a gentleman from a Ukrainian oil company that bribed the Bidens and has secret recordings of Hunter and Joe. Now, he said that he kept these 19 recordings for his own safety as like a bargaining chip so nobody can fucking kill him, basically, because he has the evidence of how crooked they are. But we're so political in this country that half the country is going to go, oh, this is a big nothing. This doesn't matter. Why is this a big deal? I'm sorry. I'm willing.
This is a big deal.
Right. I'm willing to hear what the government has on Trump with this documents indictment they have. I mean,
or at the very least, I'm tired of hearing how Trump is this big evil guy and we've got to throw everything at him, but we can't look into any of this shit because it does look kind of weird how this money changed hands and we've been adamantly funding the Ukraine-Russia conflict for the last, 3-4 years. I'm really glad with how much taxpayer money we've thrown over there and nothing looks hinky at all.
Right. I would say, April, if you didn't answer, then respond to that woman's text and say the same thing. That's fucked up. I don't know. I'm sorry. We're still dealing with this roofing thing. I don't know a fucking roofing company that doesn't call you and tell you we're coming on this day.
Yeah, usually they want to make sure someone's there to receive the supplies because, again, it's not an insignificant amount of money that's being traded for those supplies. I feel like you might want to make sure somebody's there to get them.
And we haven't given them any money yet.
Well, you know what that means. Free roof, everybody.
It makes me wonder if April didn't get a scam text.
Maybe.
You know? Because you're just going to come and drop a bunch of materials on our front lawn without us ever saying yeah, or without ever getting any money from us?
Well, definitely don't give them any information about anything. Make sure you speak to someone.
Right. It's fucked
But they're
up,
talking about doing that at the end of the week. It's Tuesday. You're fine.
Yeah. So Republican Senator Chuck Grassley of Iowa said that a Ukrainian energy company executive involved in the alleged Biden bribery scheme has secret audio recordings of Hunter and Joe Biden. Okay, by the end of the week, I want those recordings. I want to hear them.
Glad we're not looking into the president for any of this stuff, by the way.
If you're looking into Trump for documents he took with him, fuck it, do it. Look into him. I don't give a shit if he's guilty. Throw him in jail. I don't care. But then when we've got somebody saying I got 15 to 19 recordings of the president and the president's kid taking bribes from me, I would like to hear those too, because Donald Trump locking a bunch of documents in a safe at his house doesn't do anything to hurt the country. This guy fucking taking bribes from the Ukrainian nationals in a war that we've now given hundreds of billions of dollars to the Ukrainian government for, which is probably part of this whole bribe thing that put money right in the Biden family's pockets. I would like to hear about that. If I have to hear about classified documents, classified documents just sitting there in some guy's safe and he has to be federally indicted for that, then yeah, I want to hear the voice recordings of alleged bribery.
If I have to continually hear about how a few hours of anarchy on January 6th was the greatest attack on democracy we've ever seen, but we can't even talk about how the current president seems to have kind of, I don't know, sold his influence to the highest bidder and then overtly returned the favor via foreign policy.
Right. Grassley, who is the ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, said Monday that the Burisma executive has a total of 17 secret recordings and that 2 of them are with Joe Biden, who was vice president at the time. The other 15 recordings were of conversations with Hunter Biden. So basically, he had to have 15 conversations with the retard before he could get to the guy in charge.
How bad is that? Where it's like, I got to go through the crackhead to get to the man in charge. And then you get to the man in charge and it's Joe Biden, a.k.a. Mr. Magoo.
Yeah.
And you're like, holy crap, you're in charge?
Can you put the crackhead back on the phone? I feel like we were making better headway when we were speaking with Monsieur Crackhead. He also said that the Burisma executive made the recordings as a kind of insurance policy in case the official, quote, got into a tight spot. Grassley highlighted the apparent double standard between treatment of the Biden family by the Justice Department and that of former President Donald Trump. Based on the facts known to the Congress and the public, it's clear that the Justice Department, the FBI, haven't nearly had the same laser focus on the Biden family, Grassley said. Wow, I can't believe it. Color me shocked, knock me over with a feather. It is alarming to me and incredibly surprising that the Biden administration's Justice Department hasn't looked into itself as hard as they've looked into their ultimate boogeyman, Donald Trump. Special counsel Jack Smith has used a recording against former President Trump. He added, well, what is U.S. Attorney Weiss doing with respect to these alleged Joe and Hunter Biden recordings that are apparently relevant to the high-stakes bribery scheme? So, I mean, do you want to listen to this guy on the The corruption allegations for specifically
Welcome back
what
to
they're
Sunday
about.
Night in America. When someone is arrested, indicted, tried, convicted, or sentenced, there are multiple layers of
Let's
review.
maximize this. Here we go.
Welcome back to Sunday Night in America. When someone is arrested,
I'm going to fast
Congress
forward
formed the FBI and DOJ. Congress funds those agencies. When you start something and you pay for something, you should be able to see if that.
All right, here. Trey Gowdy, by the way, people liked him when he was in the House. This guy's fucking awful on television. He sounds like a fucking ponce. Anyway, he brings James Comer on to talk about what exactly the Biden administration, what the Biden family has done.
Chairman James Comer from the great state of Kentucky joins us now. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Chairman. Tell us what you wanted from the Bureau and why you wanted it.
This guy sounds like a guy who would have been debating slavery in the 1800s. Mr. Chairman, welcome to the program. Now, as I have a mint julep and I rest here in old Dixie, I ask you if slavery really isn't God's gift to America to let us have a little more leisure time. This guy looks like he regularly attends Mandingo fights.
Well, the reason we wanted this information is we had whistleblowers approach Senator Grassley about their concern that there was this Form 1023 in existence and the FBI had never investigated it.
So it's almost like that thing that existed was gone existed. The FBI,
gone.
yeah. FBI
Gone existed.
FBI said gone existed. Gone existed.
So we requested the form, and honestly, Trey, the FBI tried to act like for weeks that the form didn't exist. And not until Senator Grassley and I got on the phone with Director Wray, and Senator Grassley told Director Wray that both Senator Grassley and myself had already read the Form 1023 from a whistleblower, so we knew darn well it existed. Did he finally admit that it did exist?
So if Republicans weren't allowed to read shit, we would have never known that this was even happening. But the Republicans went to the FBI director and they said, hey, what about all this corruption Burisma shit? And he's like, what corruption Burisma shit? That's on that Form 1023. And he's like, there's no Form 1023. And they basically glued it right to the motherfucker's forehead and go, here's Form 1023. He's like, oh, yeah, shit. Well, it must have slipped our mind. You know, Johnny, like you were saying earlier, it's amazing that nothing about January 6th, except Ray Epps, it's amazing that nothing about January 6th or Trump's confidential documents, it's surprising that none of those slipped through the fingers of the FBI. They always seem to catch that shit.
Yeah, we're really on top of the guy who put his feet on Nancy Pelosi's desk, but we're not really worried at all about, like I said, a current sitting president who might be insanely corrupt, selling his influence and power to other countries. And it's only, like I said, costing American taxpayers in terms of like foreign policy.
Right. It's this very strange thing that's happening where it's like, hey, a guy who's holding some documents in a safe, that's a huge deal and a national security risk. How about a guy who put millions of dollars in his pocket and then took hundreds of billions of dollars of our money and gave it to another country to fight a war that we kind of instigated, all because his family got filthy fucking rich off of it? Like, I'm sorry, but the two aren't even in the same universe. I thought I was going to come into this story really black-pilled and be like, well, of course they're doing that. Of course that's the bullshit they're going to pull. Nope, I'm actually awake on this one. I'm pissed.
Well, and that's the worst part is, Tom McDonald here, who looks really different out of character, by the way. Tom McDonald here is, so calm about it when he's talking to Comer. He's like, yeah, so this is like nobody is like, what? Like, right. Nobody's screaming. We need people to be like visceral about this to get people to wake up and like, hey, this is a problem and we should address it.
But that's why Fox had to get rid of Tucker Carlson. Fox had to get rid of Tucker because Tucker treated this all like a shoot. And Fox News is like, no, this is pro wrestling. Like, this is all a work. Us and MSNBC and CNN. We're supposed to get the people all worked up. And we're supposed to be totally calm, knowing that we all go to the same dinners and shit. Whereas Tucker would be like, fuck all these people. They're fucking evil. They're terrible human beings. They're destroying the country. And Fox is like, whoa, dude, would you fucking chill? All right? We're just dicking around. You got to be more like Hannity. He's like, no, nobody wants to be more like Hannity.
You're getting really close to telling them the truth. We just want you to keep them busy.
Dude, Biden put millions of dollars in his family's pockets from Ukrainian oil executives. And then the Obama administration overthrew or helped overthrow the Ukrainian government. And now Biden is giving hundreds of billions of dollars to the Ukrainian government in the form of American weapons that they're then selling to other people at a markup.
How could you assume there's a correlation?
Right.
It seems completely coincidental to me.
They sold out hundreds of billions of dollars of our money so they could get a few million. It's fucking gross and highly illegal.
And I'm sure we'll get our money back, because if the government does one thing, it's pay its debts.
I'm sorry, dude. This is way more corrupt than anything Clinton did, Bush did, Obama did, Trump did. This is way more corrupt.
And it's Grandpa Magoo.
Right.
Like, how did he do it? I almost think we should give him an award. How did he pull it off?
It would be like if we found out the United States government was actually responsible for sending taxpayer dollars over to a lab to fund a Chinese bioweapon that would then be released upon the world. Sorry.
Where would you get that idea?
I'm sorry. A manufactured virus that was part of a Chinese military bioweapons production program.
Is the doddering old grandpa bit like an act to make him seem less threatening?
Right?
Because, I mean, like, if he was like, say, if he was like Trump, you know, very like take charge, never admit any mistakes, you'd almost feel kind of some like supreme leader vibes coming off of him. Like, hey, this guy's a real loose cannon. But instead, it's just, you know, it's like Elmer Fudd, but he's also Hitler. Like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to burn all you.
You're saying that Joe Biden is Edward Norton in The Score pretending to be a retard.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he goes, all right, thanks, Jack. Now we're going to go ahead and rob this fucking jewelry store or bank or whatever it is. What is that Robert De Niro's name, Jack, in The Score? Because what does he say to him? Okay, bye, Jack. He says his name and he's not supposed to know who he is. And Robert De Niro's like, what the fuck? Weirdo retard janitor kid just said my name.
So once the FBI allowed me and Jamie Raskin, my counterpart on the House Oversight Committee, to go in and look at it, I read it again and I realized that there were 2 footnotes in there that referenced other 1023s. So, you know, this is going to turn out, I think, a lot like the suspicious activity reports that the Treasury Cabinet had on the Bidens. There are a lot more of these than what the
Right. So the Treasury reports were, hey, 9 Biden family members set up 20 different shell companies, and they had $10 million in those accounts. And now we're finding out that a Ukrainian oil executive said, yeah, I put some of the money into those accounts, and I've got recordings of the conversations. And yet our government is just like, hey, man, we got to make sure we get Trump on these documents, dude.
Because he's really jeopardizing America's standing in the world. Because you know what makes our country look really strong? A guy who is blatantly for sale.
We should be we should be the ones getting bribed. Like, I mean, what I mean by that is, like, we should be the ones that countries give all the hundreds of billions of their taxpayer dollars. We should be fucking with people we're getting fucked with.
Federal government wants to admit, and the question is, why hasn't the federal government done anything about it? I mean, we've already brought out.
Yeah, Johnny, why hasn't the federal government policed itself?
I know it's such a long history that we've had of the government really being held to account by themselves, because they're like, hey, we couldn't live with ourselves if we just took advantage of people. Like,
dude, it's so obviously fucking corrupt. It's so quid pro quo that the fact that there's even any hesitation on moving on this is insanity to me.
This this shit makes me think, if Biden is voted back in 2 years or whatever, I'm like, all right, it's fucking fake. Nobody who will vote for this again. Even if you hate Orange Man, like, I get it. He's harsh. He's mean. He's a dick. I hate him too. But if you really say that guy was so much worse, things literally in the country were better under Trump. And if anything else, oh, he's greedy, he's corrupt, he's using his power of the presidency to enrich his business deals abroad. Yeah, glad we got rid of that guy.
Yeah, right. Oh, fuck, man. And, this is also kind of our fault, like as a people, because we're not going to give a shit about this. We're not going to focus our attention span on this. We're not going to care. We're going to let it go. The Bidens will get away with it because I don't think people, they don't pay attention to this shit. They're being victimized.
Or they're too ingrained in their side.
Yeah.
I'll just keep supporting my side because they're fucking us all over. But they'll be nice to me.
They'll just assume that the people telling them this are lying. They'll go, oh, yeah, well, you've heard them do it before. They go, oh, it's Fox News. You believe that? It's like, it doesn't matter who's telling you. Check out the information and see if it's real. It's like the people indicting Trump, I think, are biased and they want to go get Trump. But I'm willing to hear them out on the evidence. Show me what you got on these documents.
Yeah, the people that are trying to indict Trump, they keep claiming they're biased. But you know what we keep doing anyway, though? We keep trying to indict Trump. Can we at least move the ball on the Bidens?
Right. This is such a direct bribe.
Trey, and you know that the Biden family had 20 shell companies, that the sole purpose, it appears, for those shell companies was to launder money through 6 different banks, and the banks called it money laundering in the suspicious activity reports. They laundered money from foreign nationals and then transferred that money to 9 different Biden family members. I mean, this is a serious crime.
It's fucking, okay, forget the bribery, okay, because then you have to connect the dots to the war and everything else. Like that guy said, how about fucking money laundering? The thing we throw drug dealers in jail for. None of these drug dealers, these drug kingpins, ever get put in jail for being drug kingpins. It's always money laundering and tax evasion and shit like that.
Yeah, when we arrest Hunter's call list, we don't arrest them for the drugs they sold him. We arrest them for the money he gave them that they didn't file properly with the IRS.
Right.
And then we give the money back to Hunter Biden.
Yes, exactly. Then we have to try ourselves for money laundering.
That it appears the only entity in the world that's investigating it is the House Oversight Committee.
Speaking of House Oversight and your colleague, Jamie Raskin.
I hate this guy's
voice. He said the matter was investigated and closed. I want you to listen to this, and then I'll ask you a question on the other side, Chairman.
That was checked out.
Who the fuck is this goofy bastard with his weird hat on? Is he wearing a do-rag? I don't like this guy, Jamie Raskin.
Dude, he's just representing his people, you know?
Maryland.
He's hard from the streets, all right? Back off.
He's a hard Scrabble homeboy.
The U.S.
Jamie
Attorney
Raskin don't fuck
for the
around.
Western District of Pennsylvania, Scott Brady, and that assessment of this tip came back empty-handed. They said there's no grounds to escalate this from an initial assessment to a full-blown criminal investigation or a preliminary investigation. They said there just wasn't enough there.
That's amazing, Johnny. You see, the Biden Justice Department came out and said there's nothing to see here. Well, then I believe
there just wasn't enough there. There wasn't 20 million reasons to suspect anything.
Now, A.G. Barr, who has a very complicated relationship with President Trump, says that's completely false. That he didn't close it. What can you tell us? So Raskin says it was looked at and closed. Was it?
No, Jamie Raskin lied, and the FBI told us that it was still a part of an ongoing investigation. So what I believe has happened, Trey, is that according to Bill Barr, then Attorney General, they...
Dude, got a bunch of documents and shit, I don't know. What am I supposed... I think we should fire the motherfucker. I think we should throw him in jail. Or we don't. I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm talking about. I was just the Attorney General, dude, Fuck.
Got the Form 1023, and because it was from one of the FBI's most credible, highest paid, most trusted, most effective informants, they took it seriously, but they didn't look into it. They just passed it along to the U.S. Attorney in Delaware. So what Jamie Raskin...
Almost like if I want to bury something, Johnny, and I want to have it go away and not have it come back to light again, I usually send it to Delaware.
Right.
That's where I go to bury shit, is I go, hey, you want someone to never look for something? Let's put it in Delaware. Nobody will ever come looking for it. So, yeah, they've been just hiding this shit. And now the Republicans.
Not even that well. That's the other part about this that pisses me off. Donald Trump is this horrible, evil entity, and we have to go get him. And all the people that support him are unforgivable Nazis, right? But meanwhile, we have our sitting president who seems to be using the Justice Department as his own personal bully league, and then he is literally funding Nazis, and we can't even just have a good, hey, how about we look into this kind of investigation?
Fucking remarkable. Patrick Bay with $5 says there will be no money, but on your deathbed, you shall receive a new roof. Oh.
So I got that going for me. Which is nice.
That is, I mean, this is so fucked because people are saying in the chat, they're like, oh, that sounds like, selective justice. And it is, but it's worse than that. It's worse than selective justice. It's like you're staring in the face of a clearly corrupt, illegal thing going on. Like just the very little, and that's just the very little that we know and that we've been told. We can see that there's a crime. Imagine if they got to dig in.
It's like a speakeasy giving you a speeding ticket. You're like, you realize this is an illegal establishment. Yeah, but we're going to have to make sure you go down to the courthouse to sell this fine.
Yeah. Oh, man. And they're just not. They're not going to do anything.
And the funniest part is the other day when the indictments for Trump came out, a lot of the people that are trying to defend Trump and stuff, a lot of people are saying, look, you got to take your shot at this. You got to hit it. And when it comes to like indicting a president like this, the closest thing we had was Nixon. And what we remember from all of that was it wasn't that Nixon's opposing part. It wasn't the opposing party going, we need Nixon to resign and held accountable. No. It was literally his own party going, look, you look so bad. We can't support you.
No.
And nobody's doing that on the Trump side. You don't have the Republicans going, this guy's a horrible. Well, I mean, you have fucking the VP, but former VP. But so you have that going on. But the rest of the Republicans are rallying to his side. If this keeps coming out, eventually we will hit a point where Democrats are going to be like George Santos on this. We're like, look, we look bad just by allowing you to exist.
Yes.
So we're going to need you to kind of stop.
Yeah.
So we could get a real situation with a president getting indicted and taken to court. It's just in a weird fuck way. If life is that strange, it could be Biden.
Yeah, I don't think anything will happen. I mean, this guy seems to be the most protected president ever and the dirtiest, biggest fuck up president ever, but he also seems to be very protected. This Ukrainian thing, this 10 million, this is the most, excuse me, this is the most overtly corrupt thing I've ever seen in my lifetime in terms of the sitting presidents in my life. So George W. Bush, his scandals were like he gave Halliburton no bid contracts because Halliburton, they were, and oil companies and stuff got sweetheart deals. That's like dirty politics. Like, hey, these guys contributed a shitload of money to my campaign. I'm going to engage in policies that are favorable to them. That's dirty, gross, disgusting, corrupt politics. That's one thing. What Joe Biden's doing is putting money directly in his fucking pocket and then using the United States Treasury as his own personal payback for the people who put those millions of dollars in his pocket. And then he goes to the American taxpayers and goes, that's just as good as money, taxpayers. Those are IOUs.
That's an IOU.
Yeah. So this is way more corrupt than anything Clinton did.
And hey, to get this, we only had to, have a massive problem happen on the southern border, crater our economy, kind of ruin the housing market. I mean, when you look at it, we should be paying for this kind of experience. This is some top-notch shit.
I would like to hope that that Joe Biden would have gotten more than $10 million for all the fucking damage he's done. Like, in a weird way, I'm kind of upset that he only got $10 million. It's like, dude, the amount of fuckery that you've committed is worth at least 20 or 30 million.
All right, but you show me Joe Biden and how he's behaved over the last few years. You tell me that, and I'm sorry, but I go,
And then we know his son smoked half the shit. So here we are. Johnny, I'm going to have you tell people about your show you got coming up today. I'm going to go make a urination quick. We'll come back, and we got overtime today, and you guys are over like $40 for the evening show, too. Thank you guys very much for your support today. A Laughing Lion says $10 million per LLC. Okay, in a weird way, that makes me feel a little better that he maybe got $100 million.
At least he's aware there's a value there, man.
Yeah. And we haven't even heard about what he got from China and Romania yet either, because those were the other two countries where he got a bunch of money. All we know about is Ukraine. All right, you talk about your show you got coming up today. I'm going to go make water come out of my body, and then we'll hit overtime.
All right, so I'm going to be on Just Kidding LLC, which is on Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble. We broadcast on all three simultaneously. A couple of new changes. I have completely abandoned control of the laugh track. It's now solely in the audience hands. And the other thing going on with the show, we've got a couple of videos to show. I really want to get to what is a brony. I've had this for a while, and I wanted to do that. I also have a video of a lady who identifies as a polyamorous rainbow. So we've got some hot dating videos to make fun of. Because, there's nothing you can make fun of with someone who dresses like a rainbow and is polyamorous. You're a colorful whore. Okay. But yeah, so we've got that and a whole bunch of other stuff coming up today at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. We go from 2 to 5:30, and that will be all day today on for 3.5 hours. All day, asshole. Fuck off.
Feel like I just lost 10 pounds in water. Felt fantastic.
Half of it was cough syrup.
I got all my, I have a feeling like everything I took yesterday just to limp my ass across the finish line is going to be coming out. It's going to be a big urination day for yours.
They're not
truly.
Kidney stones. They're cough drop stones.
Yeah.
I'm
Just
pissing Ludens.
Just a bunch of Ricolas just flying out of my dick hole. That's exactly it. All right, we got to get to overtime. We got quite a few stories to get to. We haven't even opened up the 8 o'clocks. Let me do that real quick. I'll open up these 8 o'clock hour stories, and then we've got a bunch of other stuff we need to get around to. Thank you guys very much for the support. The link to your Steel Toe coffee is up in the chat. It's pinned to the top of the page. If you want to grab some whole bean or ground coffee, do it right there at the link, crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. That's crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com if you'd like to get your Steel Toe coffee. Now, Johnny, I've talked about this a lot. I played I played baseball for a long time, and I umped when I was a kid, as a lot of little leaguers did, and a lot of teenage baseball players. You also ump on your off nights. Umping and refereeing in sports in general is a fucking terrible job. It's horrible.
Be better at it then. All
well, I understand. That would be the parents' excuse as well. But when you've got these crazy ass retard parents who just live vicariously through their kids playing sports and just push them, and they think that every game's the World Series and they're going to get discovered by a scout or something, it's just enough to make you puke. So you see a 14-year-old umpire umping a Little League game, and parents start jumping down the 14-year-old's throat because his strike zone isn't consistent enough. It's like the kid's getting $50 a game, and you're going to bust his balls? Get out of here. Let's check this out. This is a story from Massachusetts where they are now going to have to hurry up and find new umpires for the rest of the summer because the current ones have boycotted the league.
Oh, like all of them?
Yeah. Basically, an umpire strike. They all just went, you know what? Fuck you guys. I'm not going to sit here.
They do call balls and strikes. It just no one thought this was the strike they were calling.
Yes, they did. They officially called a strike. This is News 25 in Boston. Let's find out what's going on with the umpire. I for one am totally on the umpire side. I love that they're doing this. Don't take any fucking shit from these people. So what if you called a 10-year-old out when he was safe? It doesn't matter. And you know who it doesn't matter to? It doesn't matter to the kids. They forget the result of the game 5 minutes after it's over.
As soon as the pizza gets to the table, it's all been great.
Dude,
That's literally it.
As soon as you poke that straw through that Capri Sun pouch, you forgot who won or lost.
Strike three for Little League Baseball in Taunton. Umpires say they
now I hate these news people. We really had to go with strike three. Okay, let me work through that, and then we'll hit play again.
I'm having fun.
For Little League Baseball in Taunton, umpires say they won't go to any more games.
And they blame verbal harassment from both players and coaches. Boston 25 News reporter Bria Douglas live in Taunton tonight. And Bria, the league will need to find someone else for the kids to get back on the field there.
That's right, Vanessa. The Taunton...
Way to go, you little shitbags. You thought you could just taunt him with impunity, huh? Well, they are out. You won't have the umpire to kick around anymore.
In Western Little League will now have to depend on parents or other volunteers to umpire the games in order for them to finish the rest of their playoff season.
I like that.
Telling me they were going to kick my fat butt, but not using the word butt.
Just one of
So the umpire would blow a call in a Little League game, and they go, "We're going to kick your fat ass." It's like, dude, I mean, is it really worth it?
I could understand if the kids are like, "We're going to kick your fat ass." Like, they're playing the game. They have something invested. But that's one thing that I never understood about parents. Like, you're telling me that you're so invested in the outcome of a child's game that you're losing your shit and sacrificing all public decency to right this wrong, again, for a child's game. I mean, if this was Chutes and Ladders, we'd be calling you a crazy person.
Yeah,
the fact that it's baseball makes it okay.
It's Little League. I think you're 9 and 10 or 10 or 11 for Little League. And they're yelling at this ump saying they're going to kick his fat ass.
The whole reason you're there as a parent is to make sure no one's fondling the kids. That's it.
Right. You can yell at the umpire for that. If he starts copping feels as the players walk by, then you can beat the shit out of the guy. If he made a questionable call, you just wait till the next one.
Paul Nato says he heard from angry spectators toward the end of a Taunton West Little League game on Monday after some controversial calls were made.
It created a uprising in the crowd,
which he says spilled over away from the ball field. David D'Oliveira also officiated the game.
We are not prepared to handle, harassment and verbal abuse after the game, especially while we're trying to leave the parking lot.
Even worse,
they're trying to leave. So the game's over. They're trying to leave the parking lot, and people are following the umpires and harassing the shit out of them. Yeah, I wouldn't do that for $50 a pop either. I'd get the fuck out of there too and boycott the league. Go have your playoffs. Enjoy. And then I love that the parents have to go ump now. Because when an ump didn't show up for a Little League game, and that would happen maybe once a season, a couple of the parents would have to volunteer. I love that idea. Let these parents...
The parents always hate it.
Yeah, let these parents eat each other. Like, let them fucking yell and scream at each other and treat each other like shit and see how fun it is.
What game are you watching up? Shut up, Trevor. Your son's a...
parking lot.
Even worse, they say, are the 12-year-old players who saw adults behaving badly.
When, you have parents, legal guardians, spectators that are promoting this type of verbiage on and off the field, it definitely sets a precedent that it's okay for the kids to do it as well.
People have lost focus that this is a kid's game.
The president of the Taunton Little League released a statement reading in part, "As a league, we take the matter very seriously. All parties involved in the incident have been suspended from our park indefinitely."
Well, good. So you can't come back. But at the same time, now you've got to find some umpires because the guys who were there are like, yeah, fuck you guys.
Weren't some of the parties involved the baseball teams?
Right. So you got baseball players who are now going to be kicked out. Coaches. Yeah. Didn't they say coaches?
Yeah.
We're screaming at them too. Oh, that's great.
It goes on to say our focus remains on getting the kids back on the field and allowing them to complete their amazing season.
That's what confuses me so much is the whole thing's about the kids. The whole thing's about their game, and these adults are willing to get kicked out. They're willing to alienate the umps. They're willing to fuck up the whole thing. You would think that these people go to these games thinking it's about them.
Yeah, because it is.
Oh,
because it is.
It's them vicariously living through their children. They want the glory days back. They want the baseball victories. Could you imagine, like, I've won, I don't mean to brag, I've won a championship or two in my day.
Ooh.
I know. Whether it's an 8th grade basketball league or slow pitch softball, I've taken home a first place trophy before. You don't give a fuck if you're one of the kids. It's cool. It's awesome to celebrate on the court with your friends when you win the championship and the buzzer rings. It is a high that wears off by the next morning. By the next morning, you're continuing your summer, you're playing with your friends, you're doing all that shit. But these parents act like it's life or death. Guys, it's not going to matter in a couple of hours.
I don't know, man. I much like you, I too have done sport, and I was in hockey, and we didn't win any first place trophies or anything, but let me tell you, those consolation prizes, those hold special places in my heart. I've got the whole honorable mention medal from Anoka sitting. Do I still have that? I don't know. But the point is, it's there somewhere.
Look, those 5th and 7th place trophies mean a lot when you inform people that there were indeed.
We weren't even. Don't fucking no. All right. Look, we were close. We were close to 8th place that one time, but the Zebras were screwing us over on the calls. So,
But Dominic Damiano, president of the Amateur Baseball Umpiring Association, says his umpires won't officiate any more of their games for the rest of the season. Little League volunteers will have to step up instead.
It was unsafe. I was not going to put those guys in that situation, and I had to make sure that that wasn't going to happen again.
What a piece of shit do you and the other people watching the baseball game have to be for a head umpire guy to go, look, I've thought about it. I've considered the options. I've weighed the pros and cons. It's not safe enough for me to put umpires on the field with you fucking monsters.
Take me out to the ball game. Call the umpire a Jew. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. If he calls my son out, I'll slice his tires. Wow, dude.
Avril says, I remember drunk, belligerent parents at morning soccer games when my kids were little. They took it very seriously. Right, and we never cared as much. It wasn't a big deal.
Bring it. I don't care.
Exactly.
Look, if you want to be an aggressive parent standing up for your kids and the job they're doing, there's only one sport for you. It's hockey. That's a sport where on the ice they're fighting, off the ice they're fighting. So if you're punching the fuck out of someone, they'll assume you guys are friends. Yeah. And then they'll just go, yeah. Where are your eyes, ref? And the ref's like, I don't know. What's your son doing? He's beating the shit out of that guy because he's a fucking winner. And you're like, all right. There
Hockey parents are such psychos. They're one of the
hockey players are psychos,
but they're one of the few sports parents that actually go and tailgate before the games. Yeah. They go and drink in the parking lot before the games. And
dude, what's going to keep you warmer at a hockey game? Adoration for your son playing well, or that fucking 5th of Windsor in your jacket? I know what I'm doing.
I mean, the local radio guy here, JJ, he's the one. He was at his kid's hockey game. And they all got.
Wait a minute, when he got the Dewey?
Yeah, they all.
Holy shit! It was our fault. Holy fuck!
Him and all the parents got all fucked up at a hockey game. He drove the kids home and he got pulled over.
I take back all the jokes I made. The guy wasn't irresponsible. He's just a goddamn good hockey fan.
He was just trying to.
Wait, it was Canadian whiskey, right? If it's Canadian whiskey, I'll forgive it.
I don't know. I'm not sure what exactly he was on, so I can't comment to that, so to speak. There is a female comedian who apparently is in a little bit of trouble, quote unquote, over a Malaysia joke that she told, and people want her to apologize. She's saying no, which good for her. It's good not to apologize. You went on stage, you told a joke. Who gives a shit? But the joke that she told versus the reaction that it got is such cornball horseshit. Do you remember that Malaysia Airlines plane that went down?
Yeah, it went missing. No one could find it.
Yeah, like 9 years ago. It disappeared. Like, who cares, right? Well, Jocelyn Chia, a Boston-born American Singaporean stand-up comedian, performed at the Comedy Cellar in Manhattan back in April. This week, social media users were incensed after the club posted a clip of the joke in which Chia made light of the historical tensions between Malaysia and Singapore. I'm going to show you the joke. And this is something that, again, I don't know if they were out of things to protest yesterday. I don't know if, Chrissy Mayer didn't kick fat people out of her show or what, but this is a stand-up comedy segment that the internet decided to get upset about yesterday and demand apologies. To which, and again, to this woman's credit, she's not apologizing, nor should we, because this is such a weak fucking internet thing that it'll be gone. It's probably gone already as I talk about this, but good for her for not apologizing. Here's the joke.
You, Malaysia. But why haven't you visited me in 40 years? And you're like, oh, yeah, I tried, but you know, my airplanes cannot fly. What? Malaysian Airlines going missing not funny, huh? Some jokes don't land.
That's it.
All right. Not very offensive. Also not very funny.
Right.
The audience seemed to like it, so who cares?
Yeah, you know what it was? It was chuckle funny. It was, okay. Like, it was fine.
I mean, maybe if I was in the room and I was like in the vibe and everything, I'd laugh with it a little more. It's a little weird when it's chopped pasta, but yeah, I don't know, man. It doesn't seem like it's that offensive of a joke.
Yeah.
I mean, what, too soon? And I love that she followed up with some jokes don't land. I was like, nice balls. There you go. Double down.
Like, I get a really bad feeling about this one where I feel like the people getting offended are not the people who should be offended. Like, if Malaysia wants to go, oh, this was horrible and this was disrespectful, and the Malaysian consulate wants an apology, so on and so forth, okay, then I understand.
You're saying we have another whale table situation.
Yeah, this sounds like a lot of virtue signaling asshole privileged dickheads getting pissed off about a joke. Now, the Greenwich Village Club's website was hacked and 4,000 one-star reviews were posted on Google. Another venue, the West Side Comedy Club, said they were threatened with bad reviews after she offended other parties from the other side of the world, found Shia had performed there. You can get away on stage with saying stuff that's kind of outrageous, said Comedy Cellar owner Noam Dwarman. You can't put that same moment into a small screen that you're watching over morning coffee.
Yeah.
What? I mean, I get that, but you're the one who clicked on the link of a stand-up comic.
Yeah, again, why is anyone pissed off about what she said? You're the one who went and found this content. I'd be pissed about the person who posted. Like, dude, that's kind of offensive. Why are you sharing this shit? What's wrong with you?
Yeah, it's not like she shared the thing. The comedy club.
So like, I'm doing this to draw attention to it. No, you're doing it to get attention.
Right.
But again, nobody needed to draw attention to this. It was a harmless joke. If nobody, this is the tree in the forest thing. If none of us ever saw that clip, would that joke still be offending people right now? Is it running down the streets, mugging them?
You're absolutely right. No, but there were a lot of those going on after at the Comedy Cellar too.
Let's not talk about who perpetrated those.
You're absolutely. Let's just say that it was called "Stop Asian Hate" until they released the video footage of who did it. Anyway, if Malaysia is offended, even that I find to be kind of a pussy deal, because it's like, guys, a plane crashed a long time ago. Anybody who wants to be offended by that joke is fucking dead. They're in the bottom of the ocean. Who gives a shit? Let's move on. It was a comedian doing a bit. But the joke,
feel like she doesn't. What? No, what?
The joke was removed from TikTok and labeled hateful behavior in violation of community guidelines. Meanwhile, the United Malays National Organization, one of Malaysia's biggest political parties, marched to the U.S. Embassy in Kuala Lumpur on Friday to protest. A fucking joke.
To protest the joke.
A joke about your planes.
You guys don't get comedy at all.
A joke about your planes crashing. Wow. Could you imagine if Americans marched? Well, first of all, no. But could you imagine if Americans decided to march every time a 9/11 or something like that got mocked? Every open mic would have protests. Singapore has distanced itself from Shia, who held dual citizenship until adulthood, saying the Singapore government does not condone words or actions that cause harm or hurt to others and Shia. She does not in any way reflect our views. I sincerely apologize to all Malaysians for her hurtful remarks. Jesus fucking Christ, guys, grow a set of balls. What the? Now, this is really starting to get sickening.
The most offensive part to me on this is that this is all over a fucking socio-political joke, because the airplane thing was kind of like the tagline of the joke. The actual joke is that the relations between Malaysia and Singapore are thoroughly lacking and they're not communicating. And so then it's like, hey, you never come visit me. Well, when I send you an airplane, it disappears. Like fucking, so it really?
It's shit-talking the country. Yeah. You're shit-talking the country that the premise of the bit is that these two countries shit-talk each other. Oh, my God. And, like, every quote I read from every group or every government, it's like, guys, you don't have to suck this much dick. I know it's Pride Month, but you don't have to open up for every guilty cock that comes your way. Oh, we want to apologize. No, we want to apologize. No, let us apologize first. There's only one person not apologizing for that joke, and it's the comic.
They're running up to the comic. Aren't you embarrassed that you guys are all taking it this seriously? Yeah, that's fucking pathetic.
Right. She said the two countries have a friendly rivalry, and the condensed clip left out some context from her set, adding that there is no malice behind the bit. They were wacky little jokes. They weren't even like harmful barbs.
And again, with clip pasta stuff, it's really easy to just edit the super offensive parts in there and take out the funny parts. Because, like, people forget that jokes are in a lot of ways are like cooking. You know, sometimes you have to throw some salt or some pepper in there, something you wouldn't really want in that dish, but it's to set off the other flavors. You can't have it all. But if you cut out the sweet part and you just keep the salty thing in here, oh, this is so tart. How can you stand for this? Yeah, because you're missing half the meal, man.
I do stand by my joke, but with some caveats. I stand by it in its entirety when viewed in a comedy club. Upon reflection, I do see that having this as a clip that gets viewed out of a comedy club context was risky. I get that, but then don't watch a fucking stand-up comedy clip on YouTube. See, people need to start taking more responsibility for their own sensitivities. I mean, you got to stop expecting everyone else to follow your sensitivity, because not all of us have it. You have to start doing a little self-auditing, figuring out what bothers you, and then making it an effort to stay away from it. Because otherwise, what you've been doing for the last 20, 30 years is you've been going into really fun places and fucking them up because you weren't supposed to be there in the first place. You go into places that are a lot of fun, that are a great time, and things get a little out of hand. They get a little edgy. But the people in the room enjoy it. They like it, and they're very forgiving with that kind of stuff. You don't. So instead of you going, well, I'm not into that, if that's what this room is, I'll go find something else to do.
This place isn't for me.
Right. You go and sit in that room every fucking time, and you make a stink, and you ruin the fun for everyone else, and you make sure that that business now censors itself and doesn't do the things they've been doing that have been working because you're upset. Instead of having the decency to look inward, realize this isn't for you, and going and doing something else. And in fact, the edgy bit has even raised her profile in the American comedy world. That's true. Like, I'd never heard of her before.
Yeah, no, it's gonna get her name out there. It's a little bit of publicity. I'll tell you this: I'm more interested to see that whole set. One, for the original version of the bit, and two, just see if she's actually funny.
Yeah, I mean, she's getting a nice little bump from the thing. I hope she keeps not apologizing, because who's going to punish her? Malaysia, Singapore? What the fuck can they do? She's not there. They can't whip her.
We got to cancel this Asian lady, because of racism. Wait, you're racist? No. I'm saying she's racist, and that's why we have to Well, it's weird because you're going at an Asian person and you're saying we got to cancel him for racism.
Well, who's she racist against? Asians. Wait, what?
Yeah, that's the other fun thing. You realize that they all hate each other. Like they don't like each other at all. All those communities tend to have they're very tribal, and they tend to not like Japan doesn't really like if you go back historically speaking, Japan doesn't care for China. Everyone hates the Mongolians.
I'm glad she's not apologizing, and I'm sure she'll be fine. But my God, man, to get upset over a 9-year-old plane that didn't land joke. Jesus Christ. Medical marijuana can help a patient deal with pain. But a D.C. judge has ruled that the smell of pot burning has become a pain for a woman who lives next door. Get it? Josepha Ippolito Shepard lives in a Cleveland Park duplex that shares a wall with a home owned by Angela Farsarodu. Thomas Cackett has lived in a ground-level apartment in the building since 2005. In 2020, Ippolito Shepard sued her neighbors, claiming Cackett smoked medical marijuana around the clock, and the smell invaded her home and caused a nuisance and made her physically sick. Now, Johnny, medical marijuana can be a necessity for some people.
Mm-hmm.
However, I think I've known more people to be allowed to use medicinal marijuana and then go on to use it in what seems to be more of a recreational fashion.
You're saying that they might be abusing the medicinal need.
I'm saying that there might be a time or two in recorded history where it may have happened.
I don't know. It seems preposterous to me, man. I will admit I'm a little biased as someone who supports using marijuana. But I would hate to think why people would say, hey, these potheads, all they ever think about is getting...
Give it a couple months. It'll be totally legal. By the way, I was looking at the amounts people are allowed to possess in other states.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Did you know?
I'm like, wow, you guys are really letting us go.
Yeah, Minnesota's law is like you're allowed to possess what, up to 2 pounds? Like you can't have it like in your car, can you? Or
no, I don't think you can. I don't think you can be traveling around with unless you like recently acquired it, whatever. But you're allowed to have that much for personal usage. And to put that in perspective, there's 16 ounces to a pound. I generally use about an ounce a month. So what they're saying is I can get a 1-year supply.
If you go an ounce a month, that's 32. That's almost a 3-year supply.
Yeah, but I mean, if you've got that much at once, you're going to up your tolerance and your smoking rate's going to increase. So look, it's going to start out great, but by the end of the year, I'm going to be going through a lot of it really quick.
Jesus Christ, man. Well, you know what? She's suing, saying that this person smoked so much weed that it got over to her apartment, made her physically sick. I mean, it's possible, right?
I don't know about physically sick. The smell could get over there. And this is where I have, like, come on. All right, so you're a pothead. You want to sit around and smoke weed all day. Just be a little understanding. There's things you can do to minimize the smell. Switch to vapes, different burning types. You can make, they make all sorts of awesome devices. Like they make little burners that are kind of vaporizers that don't really produce as much of a smell. I mean, it's a little less cost effective.
You're saying you can take steps.
Yeah, dude, you can get volcano vaporizers is the best way. There's no smell at all. And those things are creepy. The only thing you have to do is just don't hit it right away because the air's like superheated, but it atomizes the stuff. So there's no smoke. There's almost no smell. And then, you know, you take a couple puffs out of a bag of air and you feel amazing.
Yeah, I mean, little consideration, especially if you live in an apartment. You can't just smoke like everything's yours. Cackett said he smokes outside on his patio to abide by the no smoking clause in his lease, although his landlord allows him to smoke indoors during inclement weather. See, now that would be where you switch to edibles and things like that. Just, you know, have a fucking brain.
I get to smoke indoors during inclement weather. Oh, it looks like rain.
Right. Oh, I see some nasty clouds forming on the horizon. Best stay indoors today.
Should we go outside and burn a joint? It looks a little windy. Better stay in.
You don't want it to blow across to the neighbor's deck and ruin their barbecue, do you? Dude,
I said inclement weather. It's super sunny outside. I could get sunburned. It's dangerous.
Oh, you don't want to be exposed to those rays, man. That's a lot of radiation. Ippolito Shepard's suit claimed Cackett's marijuana smoke caused her sleeplessness, stomach pains, nausea, and vomiting, and his landlord has known about the intoxicating fumes escaping from her home since July 26th of 2019, but has done nothing to mitigate the issue. Well, I'm guessing that the landlord and the person smoking weed are probably pals.
Yeah.
And they kind of find you to be a bit of a square, and the one guy's fucking with you, and the landlord's like, good, she's obnoxious. I bet you the landlord might even be like, maybe if you smoke enough, she'll fucking leave.
Yeah, I'd like to know what other complaints she has. Like, tell me else, aside from this whole smoking situation, how else do you feel about your living establishment? I'm sure we wouldn't get a list of other things. And they haven't fixed the fucking stairs, and I've been complaining about the driveway for years. There's a crack in it, and I have to make sure I don't trip. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm sure he's like, yeah, cut back on this. I'm sure he's not like, here's a steamroller, and here is a vent that goes straight to her apartment. Just blow everything into that.
Yeah. Cheeseburger Pie says, when I lived in an apartment, I once opened a jar of weed, then closed it, and my neighbor across the hall said she could smell it.
Yep.
I mean, if you can smell it, you can smell it. You can't really call the person a liar. Mr.
It's not exactly a subtle smell.
Oh, God, it's such a... I mean, some people like it, some people hate it. I find it to be a fucking trash smell. I really hate it.
It smells like, literally, it smells like a fucking skunk.
Yeah.
And here's what I say. I hate the smell, but I have learned to associate smell with quality to the point where I'm like, that's a good stink. Like that's about the best you can get.
See,
where you're like, oh, that's going to do me.
With the prevalence of edibles and stuff now, I don't know how people like smoke anymore. I get vaping, but like the smoking thing, the way it stinks and it smells up your clothes and everything else, I don't see how people smoke it anymore.
Dude, it's all about how you metabolize the cannabinoids. Edibles are great, but you need something to like grease the wheels. So, you know, you got to have like a fucking cheeseburger or something before you do an edible if you really want that to take hold. But, you know, the cannabinoids go into your bloodstream pretty quick through the respiratory system. And it's a really easy way to go about it. After you start processing it, you start raising the price. People are cheap.
B. Smiley says 100% fake story, woman trying to get a settlement. I don't think it's, I mean, the neighbors admitting that they smoke a lot of weed. And like Johnny said, I'm sure they're taking advantage of that inclement weather policy in terms of smoking inside. But I don't know. She's saying that she's getting sleeplessness, stomach pains, nausea, vomiting from the secondhand smoke that they claim is coming from their neighbor's apartment. I don't know about all that. I would have to see how much this motherfucker smokes.
I could believe that the smell is upsetting you and that could cause like nausea issues. But if the smoke is actually getting through, then we're talking about you getting a contact high. If there's one thing that marijuana does a great job of killing, it's nausea. So,
yeah.
I mean, if you're really getting the smoke, you might be like, oh, this is gross. I don't like it. It makes me cough. It makes my lungs uncomfortable. I have all this. My stomach isn't happy. But you wouldn't be really getting nauseous. And if it's repeatedly happening, you're going to build up a tolerance to the point where you shouldn't be getting any sort of chemical reaction to it whatsoever, just so much as, oh, I smell that fucking shit again.
Yeah, people are saying, so I got some aficionados in the chat. They're saying vapes are too purified to get the full effect, so on and so forth. So that would,
but they're very public friendly.
Yeah.
That's why I love taking the vape out, because I can't bring a piece with me. And then, like, I'm sorry, it just, as much as I love smoking flower, I don't like smelling like I just smoked a bowl. Like
Yeah.
it just,
yeah. Defendant's consumption of marijuana, both inside and outside of his residence, has deprived the plaintiff of the full use and enjoyment of her property, thereby creating a nuisance for which plaintiff should no longer be forced to endure, said Judge Ebony Scott. So the judge sounds like they're on the woman's side who's getting smoked out. I feel like if you're a judge, even though you're supposed to be impartial, your personal feelings towards weed would kind of guide you on this one. Because, like, potheads annoy the fuck out of me. So if some guy was like smoking all the time and bragging about it and shit like that, I'd go, yeah, this guy's a piece of shit. Give her a bunch of money. Like it would be hard for me not to be biased, which is why I'd be a bad judge.
I'll tell you this, I'd be biased against, like, dude, I'm a pothead, and that's why I'm the first one to go, all right, come on, you can't take any steps. $5 at Home Depot and 3 dryer sheets, and you've got your own homemade air purifier, okay? You can do something. You can't put a pillow down at the fucking door. I mean, come on, man. I get that you want to get high and have fun. It's great to smoke some weed, eat some cereal, and watch cartoons like you're 5 again. But how about not put it on everyone else's life, you know?
Well, the judge banned Cackett or anyone who visits his home from smoking or burning marijuana in any way that emits an odor on his property or within 25 feet of Ippolito Shepard's home. Judge Scott stopped short of awarding damages, saying she failed to provide medical evidence that the smoke was specifically responsible for her feeling sick. The case could prompt other legal challenges in the district where smoking marijuana in public is banned. You know, there's always that weird thing when some states legalize marijuana where they put these weird caveats on it where, yeah, you can smoke it here, you can't smoke it here, you can use this, but you can't use this. That was Minnesota's marijuana law before we legalized it just now. Here.
Yeah, and they almost, they were trying to do it where they were going to allow it to be like jurisdictionally independent, like between counties and stuff like that. So it'd be the kind of thing where it's like, oh, you can buy it and smoke it in St. Cloud, but if you go over to Wilmer, you're fucked. And it's like, really? We're doing that?
That's too messy.
Fortunately, I don't think that actually happened.
Here's what I don't get. Like, I didn't know a judge could just tell a guy that he can't smoke weed in someone else's like apartment complex building. I would think that would be up to the landlord of the apartments, that they get to make that decision. But the judge in this one just went, nope, you can't smoke in a way that emits an odor within 25 feet of this person's apartment.
Well, you are infringing on her rights, and she is a paid tenant. So
I suppose.
Or maybe, is she a paid tenant? Maybe she's a squatter. And he's like, you know what? Just smoke the bitch out.
Right. We'll just smoke her out. We can't stand her. I do feel like this chick is a pain in the ass for the landlord and the tenant and other tenants. Like you said, I feel like if you asked her, hey, we solved the marijuana thing, you okay now? She'd be like, yeah, but there is a rattling sound in the dryer when I go to wash my clothes. And sometimes the pool has too much of a chlorine smell in it. And I was wondering if she would find other shit to complain about.
These people aren't really controlling their kids. They're always playing and making noise. Actually, that was the whole thing with the lady who got shot, the white lady who shot the mother. She lived in a kind of like housing complex thing like that. She just assumed that the area around her house, the yard and the lawn and everything was her property. And so people aren't respecting her, and they're on her property making noise. Like, no, this is a social space for the community. Everyone gets to be here.
Yeah. Well, that's going to do it for today. We are out of time. We ended it on weed fights in apartment buildings. So hopefully something all of you can relate to. Thank you guys very much for, especially April's guardian angel, for knocking everything out today. We do appreciate it. Of course, Johnny's going to be live on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch at Just Kidding LLC. So if the mods want to throw that link in the chat, Just Kidding LLC on all of those platforms. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you watch. It's going to be on at 2 o'clock Central today. So please enjoy that. Johnny, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
I'm going to go, and hopefully we continue to improve with the voice every single show. Thanks again, guys. We'll talk to you again tonight at 7 o'clock Central.